Chapter 1740. The amount of money the servants had embezzled was huge, and it was reasonable to say that they should be killed. However, according to the current laws, even if the servants had committed a crime, they could not be killed. They should inform the authorities to prevent future troubles. Of course, this was only for ordinary rich families. The gentry had a lot of privileges and had developed to the peak before the chaotic times. In addition, the laws were lax during the chaotic times, so they acted even more unscrupulously. If Sun Lan really killed these greedy servants who betrayed their master, outsiders wouldn't come and complain about what was wrong here. Therefore, Sun Lan subconsciously said something like beating them to death. But when the guards were about to drag them away, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Grandfather was the Lord's important minister, and his reputation was the most important. Even if these servants asked for it, they still had to go through the procedure. Sun Lan remembered his grandfather saying that the Lord valued the law the most, so he probably wouldn't let them do as they pleased. If they accidentally hit the muzzle, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't become the target of the Lord's prestige. The other feudal vassals might give some face to the important ministers, but it was hard to say for his lord. Although Sun Lan was young, he wasn't a hothead, so he had more considerations. He waved his hand and said, "Tie all these people up. Kill anyone who dares to escape." The housekeeper immediately felt that his life had turned gray. Tears and snot flowed down his face as he wailed for mercy and played the emotional card. However, Sun Lan didn't even frown. This made everyone realize that the Sun Lan before them was no longer the innocent boy who was so soft and cute that he would be shy when he spoke. Although he hadn't reached the crown yet, he had a dignified manner that many adult men didn't have. He was only worried about one thing now. If he went to the authorities, this scandal in the family wouldn't be able to be hidden. However, fortunately, he knew a few elders. If he secretly talked to them tomorrow, they should be able to settle this matter. He couldn't blame his grandfather for not being strict and lax in governing the family and ruining the old man's reputation, right? Because of this incident, Sun Lan's plan for the next day was completely disrupted. After he dealt with the greedy servants, beat the servants with dirty mouths, calculated the specific amount of embezzlement by the housekeeper and others, and redid the accounts, a day had passed. The nearby neighbors were all his grandfather's colleagues. Such a big matter in the mansion couldn't be completely hidden from their eyes and ears. Sun Lan planned to prepare some small gifts to pay a visit to the residents and build a good relationship. At the same time, she wanted them to keep this matter a secret so that no one would lose face. It was already the third day when he finished his work. When Sun Lan finally had some free time, she realized something that she had been wronged about. He didn't hide the news of his return. A few of his classmates who were close to him knew about it, but Jinghui didn't come. Could it be that Rong Li's jinx was right? Had Jinghui forgotten about her and taken a fancy to another flirtatious guy? Sun Lan felt uneasy, but she also knew that it was useless to hesitate. Only by taking the initiative would there be hope. He then specially prepared a generous gift to visit Qiguan's mansion. The reason was also ready-made. He had followed the army for 2 years and Qiguan Rang was equivalent to half a teacher to him. Qiguan Rang had benefited him a lot. Now that he was back, no matter what, he had to take care of Qiguan Rang's wife and the others on behalf of him. Seeing his teacher's wife, and at the same time, he could also see his childhood sweetheart whom he had been thinking about day and night. Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful. When she arrived at Qiguan's mansion, Sun Lan keenly noticed that the atmosphere in the mansion was not quite right. She subconsciously restrained the impetuous and joy in her heart. "I haven't seen you for a few years. Auntie is more elegant than before. This is a little toy that I got by chance. I gave it to my younger brother to play with." Every son-in-law had to please the mother-in-law. If the father-in-law was too difficult to deal with, then he would take a roundabout way to deal with the mother-in-law. Chiguan Rang's wife was born in the Wei family of Hejin County. She was the eldest daughter of Lu Shi's teacher, Mr. Wei Yuan. After she married Chiguan Rang, the couple had a harmonious relationship. Even though they were not together for many years, this wife never had any complaints. Instead, she took care of the small house in good order. She was gentle and gentle. She was also very patient and loving in educating her children. Sun Lan lost his mother at a young age. She respected this wife very much. Facing her always felt like facing her own mother. This time, Sun Lan not only prepared a gift for the little fellow in the mansion, but he also prepared a generous gift for his future mother-in-law. Since you're already here, why are you giving me these empty gifts? Chiguan Rang's wife looked slightly haggard. Between her brows, there was still some worry that had not dissipated. However, she still cheered up and smiled at Sun Lan. Sun Lan was suspicious. However, he did not ask rashly. If Chiguan Rang's wife was worried about the mansion's private affairs, Sun Lan, as an outsider, would offend her by asking. The two chatted for a while. The content of the conversation was about how they had been all these years. Sun Lan took the opportunity to lead the topic to Chiguan Jinghui. Chiguan Rang's wife's raised lips stiffened. Her worry deepened. From this, it could be seen that Chiguan Rang's wife was mostly worried about Chiguan Jinghui. Sun Lan's heart skipped a beat. His right hand on his thigh suddenly tightened. He hurriedly asked, could it be that something happened to Jinghui? Chiguan Rang's wife wanted to say something but stopped. Sun Lan kept asking, and Chiguan Rang's wife finally told him the truth. Chiguan Jinghui had a conflict with someone in the academy. Her left hand was broken. The headmaster of the academy ordered her to reflect at home for a month. Sun Lan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Jinghui, her left hand was broken. Who did it? Sun Lan's first reaction was to bring people to fight back. He even hit a girl. That bastard's whole family was asking for a beating, right? Chiguan Rang's wife was choked by Sun Lan's words. Shouldn't the normal reaction be to ask about the reason for the conflict? Listening to Sun Lan's words, he wanted to get back at her without distinguishing between right and wrong. Chiguan Rang's wife smiled bitterly. It's just a conflict between youngsters. Jinghui is also in the wrong. Lock her up for a month to learn a lesson. Sun Lan was extremely worried. He couldn't sit still when he heard that her hand was broken. Chiguan Rang's wife knew what he was thinking. She considerately gave him a way out and let Sun Lan go to the backyard to see Chiguan Jinghui. Because of Zhang's efforts over the years had opened up the social atmosphere. The most typical point was that there weren't as many taboos between men and women as before. If it was in the past, Sun Lan wouldn't go to the backyard to see Chiguan Jinghui, who was recuperating and being locked up. Now it was fine. As long as it wasn't a man and a woman staying alone in a room for a long time, outsiders wouldn't say anything. Jinghui was Chiguan Rang's eldest daughter. Naturally, there was no shortage of maids and old women serving her. Sun Lan hurried to the courtyard where Chiguan Jinghui lived. When he got there, he saw Chiguan Jinghui in casual clothes sitting on the porch. Her left hand was hanging in front of her chest, and her right hand was rolling a book. Half of her body was leaning on the table. Her languid appearance was quite different from the one in his memory. Jinghui. His voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. Chapter 1741. Seeing this, Sun Lan would be a fool not to know that she was in a bad mood. Jinghui, I'm back. The maid brought a mat for Sun Lan, and Sun Lan sat down not far from Chiguan Jinghui. His eyes wandered back and forth between her face and left hand. Humph, you're back. Why are you so loud? The expected, holding hands and crying eyes, did not happen, and he was even hated. Are you angry with me? Sun Lan could not help but feel wronged. His voice was not loud. What did I do wrong? Qiguan Jinghui put the book in her hand aside and said casually, when was I angry with you? You still deny it. It's written all over your face. Qiguan Jinghui smiled coldly. Oh. Written all over your face. Then look again. Why am I angry? Sun Lan was speechless. How could he guess? If he guessed correctly, it would be fine. If he guessed incorrectly, he would die. After thinking about it, he did not do anything to provoke her. Unless, the foot warmer. Qiguan Jinghui said, you guessed correctly, but there's no reward. Sun Lan was not around. For the sake of her childhood friend, Qiguan Jinghui occasionally took care of the Sun residents. However, the servants' hearts had been raised wild. For example, the maidservant who warmed her feet had other thoughts. Every time Jinghui came to visit, she would show some attitude that made Jinghui extremely annoyed when she came to serve tea. Gradually, she was too lazy to go to the Sun residence. Yesterday, she heard some gossip in the Sun residence. How could she not be angry? Sun Lan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly explained, that girl has already been dealt with. I have nothing to do with such a careless girl. He was innocent. Look at his sincere eyes. Qiguan Jinghui said, what does it have to do with me whether you have anything to do with her or not? Although she said so, her face softened a little. Sun Lan had the courage to care about Qiguan Jinghui's left hand. Which bastard hit her? Qiguan Jinghui glanced at her left hand. Why don't you ask about the person I hit? Sun Lan did not seem to realize what was wrong. When he heard Mrs. Qiguan say that Jinghui's left hand was broken, he was so worried that he could not think of anything else. He subconsciously thought that Qiguan Jinghui was the weaker party and did not think about what happened to the person who hit her. What happened to that person? Sun Lan was a good boy. Since Jinghui asked him to ask, he asked. Qiguan Jinghui snorted. Her young brows carried a bit of coldness, which made Sun Lan feel very unfamiliar. How could I be at a disadvantage? I naturally broke the legs of that adulterous couple. Sun Lan was dumbfounded. Dog, couple. Did these words come from Jinghui's mouth? Jinghui rolled her eyes and said, what kind of expression is that? An expression of disbelief, Sun Lan answered honestly. The cutie would evolve into a female insect or something, that would be extremely cute. Jinghui stretched out her long legs and found a more comfortable position. Sun Lan looked at her feet, which were covered in socks, and was afraid that she would catch a cold, so she took off her rabbit fur coat and covered her feet. Tell me, what's going on? Qiguan Jinghui said, it's a long story. I have all the time in the world to tell you a long story. Qiguan Jinghui started talking, and Sun Lan also understood the cause and effect. Jinghui said, the academy was established a few years ago. It was nothing when I was young, but when the students got older, their minds were not so pure. There was a classmate of mine who was 2 years older than me, and then, her studies declined a lot, and she got pregnant. Sun Lan was shocked. She's pregnant. Jinghui nodded. Whose child is it? Jinghui said, it's the son of a small aristocratic family in the city, and the other party was also a student of the academy. Why? Jinghui said, I also asked her why, and what did she say? She said that she was born in a poor family, and now that she was of marriageable age, there were no elders in her family to take care of her marriage. She was worried that she would not be able to marry into a good family in the future, so she had to plan for herself. Coincidentally, a male student of the academy was interested in her, and after a while, they fell in love. The two of them, this shameless adulterous couple, actually did something improper in the academy, and got pregnant. In the end, it was obvious that they couldn't hide it anymore, so they exploded. The headmaster was furious, and expelled them. In order to prevent similar things from happening and tarnishing the reputation of the students and the academy, the teachers strictly forbade such things from happening. According to private investigations, many female students who were about to reach marriageable age or had already reached marriageable age had similar concerns. However, the scandal broke out in a timely manner, and they didn't dare to do anything even if they wanted to. Sun Lan didn't know what to say, and could only continue listening to Jing Hui. What do you think the ending of this story should be? Sun Lan guessed, an official marriage, and everyone will be happy. Jing Hui sneered and asked, when you say this, do you believe it? Sun Lan was speechless. All right, he didn't believe it himself. If it was in the past, the male student could take a female student as a concubine. After all, she was pregnant with the male student's child, and the other party had studied in the Golden Scale Academy for a few years. It was better than an illiterate concubine. However, now that the limelight was tight, who dared to take a concubine in public? The male student was only born in a small aristocratic family, and his ancestors' merits were not enough for him to take a concubine. If he couldn't take a concubine, could he marry her legally? That was even more impossible. That female student had an affair with him before marriage, got pregnant, and had a bad reputation. How could he marry her legally? It seemed like a beautiful campus love, but the reality was cruel. Either the female would be a nameless mistress, and follow the male for the rest of her life. Or the female would give birth to the male child, and the male would raise the child as a concubine. Or, both the female and the child would get lost. The male student and his parents chose the third option. They despised the female for not having self-respect, seducing the man before marriage, being intimate with the man, and even getting pregnant, causing the man to be expelled from the academy. After 10 months of pregnancy, the female student regretted giving birth. She suffered a lot, and recalled her carefree life in the academy, regretting that she was too stupid to be cheated by the man. After giving birth, she took the child to the academy, and begged the headmaster to give her a chance to turn over a new leaf. But she didn't realize what she had done wrong, and every word she said was to excuse herself. For example, she said that she was of marriageable age, but her elders had long passed away, and no one in her hometown could arrange her marriage. If she took off her clothes for a few years, no one would want her, and if she couldn't marry into a good family, she would have no future, and so on. That was why she did something wrong in a moment of confusion. The female headmaster who taught the female class was infuriated by these theories. Jing Hui happened to be there, so she simply retorted. In the end, the female student kept talking about Jing Hui's family background, saying that her father was an important minister of the Lord, and she wouldn't have to worry about marriage in the future. For example, many people knew that Sun Lan liked Jing Hui, and the marriage was set in stone. Jing Hui could still be calm at first, but soon she couldn't calm down. Because the female student put Jing Hui in the same category as her, and her words were full of contempt and humiliation. Jing Hui couldn't stand it, so she retorted. If it were her previous self, she probably wouldn't have been able to scold them. But she went to study in the military camp. The academy had some cooperation with the station military camp. Every holiday, students would voluntarily sign up to go to the military camp to experience for a while. Many students didn't go because they thought it was too hard, and they were also ashamed to deal with these rude soldiers. But Qiguan Jinghui went every time. Staying in the military camp, she learned a lot of things. While her temperament changed, she also learned to scold people. She was vicious, fierce, and slippery. I came to the academy to study in order to show my talent in the future, not to accumulate capital for myself to serve men like you. Not to mention that I'm not engaged now. Even if I'm engaged and married, I can't stay in the backyard. It's fine if you can't bear it and do things lowly, but you have to implicate so many female students. How much sin have you committed? You don't know how to repent, and you still talk nonsense here. You don't even know what you've done wrong. Did I force you to do shameless things in a quiet place like the academy? Did I take off your clothes, open your legs, and make you pregnant? The Golden Scale Academy is a pure land. You don't cherish it, and you don't know how lucky you are. Then you should get out of here as soon as possible, and don't waste the quota. There are many women in the world who want to climb up. Someone like you who willingly degenerates should get out of here as soon as possible, and don't taint the peace here. Since the establishment of the female class in the Golden Scale Academy, how many rumors and social pressure had they endured? The masters endured the pressure, and they hoped that these students would work hard and correct the name of the female class. But in the end, they produced such trash. The female student was scolded by Jing Hui until her face turned green. She attacked out of anger. She learned a lot of skills in the academy, but she didn't use them to fight for justice against the man and his family. Instead, she used them to deal with Jing Hui. In terms of martial arts, Jing Hui couldn't beat them. However, she was popular in the class, had high prestige, and had many helpers. After a moment of chaos, the bones in Jing Hui's left hand were broken, and the female student's leg was broken. After that, Jing Hui still wasn't satisfied. She led more than 20 female students in the class, and brought their servants and guards to smash the house of the male student. Sun Lan asked, "You really smashed it?" Jing Hui sneered. "Why can't I smash it?" He played with the female students of the academy, and didn't take responsibility for making them pregnant. He ruined the reputation of hundreds of female students in several grades. It's already good enough that I only smashed their house. Doesn't he rely on his power? Then let him have a taste of being suppressed by a stronger power. Even if the sky falls, my father will bear it. Even if the Duke of Lanting finds out, he won't really blame me. Sun Lan was speechless. Jing Hui said, "This matter shouldn't be solved in private. Hiding it will damage the reputation of the female students of the academy. It's better to be high profile, arrogant, and open for the world to see. In this way, they won't be able to talk about the innocence of the academy's students behind our backs." She did this to protect the female students of the academy. That girl's matter had brought too much damage to the female class of the academy. Those short-sighted people will only hold us back. If you expect them to give face to the female monitor, you might as well do it yourself. Jing Hui suddenly thought of something. She looked at Sun Lan with a scrutinizing gaze, which made the latter nervous for no reason. "Sun Lan. I'm here. You like me?" "Yes, yes, yes. But, I don't have any intention of overstepping my boundaries," Jing Hui said. "You like me, and you want to marry me?" Sun Lan couldn't help but blush. She nodded and said yes. "Yes, but I have a condition." Sun Lan seemed to hear the sound of flowers blooming. That was the sound of her heart bursting with joy. "So, you agreed just like that?" Chapter 1742. Yes, I agreed just like that." Sun Lan added guiltily as if he was trying to regain his dignity. "Wrongly, I have no choice but to agree. You know Jing Hui's temperament. She always does what she says. I don't dare to take the risk." Feng Yi naturally did not pity his friend because Sun Lan agreed to a request. It was because Sun Lan was too timid in front of Jing Hui. With such a temperament, if he really married Qiguan Jing Hui in the future, he would be controlled by the other party and would never be able to make a comeback. Feng Yi was exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. How could a comrade who usually had his own opinions forget everything when he was in front of a little girl? Was his big head just for decoration? Sun Lan said timidly, "Anyway, it's not a matter of principle. If I agree, I agree." Qiguan Rang's father-in-law was too difficult to deal with. If he could use a promise to avoid his father-in-law and quickly clear the game, he felt that it was worth it. Besides, it was becoming more and more common for women to live alone. Sun Lan did not find it unacceptable. He suddenly thought of something and asked Feng Yi. "If Changxing made such a request to you, would you agree?" "Of course I would." Feng Yi subconsciously paused. After thinking, he said, "Naturally, we would discuss it." Sun Lan could not help but roll his eyes. He was already like this, and he was still scolding him. "I'm not talking about discussing it or not. I'm just asking for the result." Feng Yi said matter-of-factly, "After discussing it, if there is no room for negotiation, we will naturally agree." Could it be that he could abandon his future wife for something that was in the current situation? Just the thought of his childhood sweetheart marrying someone else in the future was unbearable. Sun Lan was speechless. Wasn't this the pot calling the kettle black? Was it interesting? Of course, Feng Yi was able to laugh. He and Changxing had negotiated and had a certain degree of leeway, unlike Sun Lan. Sun Lan was instantly terrified. He could foresee that if there was any conflict between Sun Lan and Jinghui in the future, the former would most likely give in first. This way, she would be completely dominated. After saying so much, what did Sun Lan promise Qiguan Jinghui? It could be said to be complicated, but it could also be said to be simple. To put it simply, it was for the householder. For the idle fish in the live broadcast room, the household head was just a name. The person who wrote on the first page of the household register had nothing to do with the interests of the couple. This was because the law stipulated that during the duration of the relationship between husband and wife, regardless of who was the head of the household, the rights enjoyed by the husband and wife were the same. For example, if one of the spouses wanted to dispose of their joint property, such as taking a loan or selling it, they would need the consent of the other spouse. Let's not talk about the actual implementation, at least there was such a saying. It was different in Sun Lan's era. The rights and obligations of the head of a household were slightly different from those of others. Qiguan Jinghui's request was naturally not to let Sun Lan enter her household registration. Sun Lan was her only child. Putting aside Sun Lan, even old Master Sun Wen would not agree to her request. Qiguan Jinghui didn't want to start a feud, so she naturally wouldn't make such a request. Her request to Sun Lan was to have an independent household registration. In other words, even if she married Sun Lan, she could still retain her status as the head of the household. Sun Lan agreed. Since the female soldiers were all like this, Jing Hui's request wasn't too much. However, Feng Yi felt that this young couple was a little wishful thinking. The difficulty of having two heads of household was not small. It might not succeed. In the current household registration, either a man was the head of the household or a woman was the head of the household. The latter specifically referred to those who came from the female battalion. In the future, after marriage, the man would enter the household. Note that it didn't matter if it was a man or a woman who was the head of the household. A family only had one head of the household. Sun Lan and Qiguan Jinghui wanted a household with two heads. The current household registration and the head of the household were not as simple as just writing a name. It also affected many aspects. The establishment of the household registration was not only to check the population, but also to levy taxes and assign labor. The contents recorded also included the number of men and women in each household, name, gender, date of birth, place of origin, identity, appearance, and even wealth. The head of the household had greater rights, but at the same time, they also shouldered heavier responsibilities. If two households were to be operated at the same time, the workload would be huge. In addition, the situation where a woman became the head of the household was not Jiang Yu's original creation. In fact, there were examples in the past, but there were certain conditions. Only when there were no men in the household could a female household be established. In other words, the woman would be the head of the household and enjoy more preferential treatment in taxes. If this woman died, it would be the end of the household. Feng Yi had to remind her little friend so that he would have a clear understanding of reality. For the time being, I don't know if the Lord's implementation of female households is a temporary measure or a long-term plan. However, to really implement it, the current laws must be changed drastically. Taxes are the foundation of a country. If it's peaceful times, not to mention a major change, even a small change would shake the interests of all parties and attract countless opposition. It would not be beneficial to the stability of the country. However, it's a chaotic world now. Even if it's a drastic change, no one would dare to object. These two young people slapped their heads and made a decision, completely disregarding the possibility of implementation. Feng Yi was not them. If the existence of female households is recognized on a large scale, but the preferential treatment for female households is not exempted, many people will definitely take advantage of this loophole. This is not beneficial to the country's taxes, so it can't be implemented on a large scale for a long time. If the preferential treatment for female households is abolished, the taxes will be too heavy for single women. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer female households that are willing to be independent. This is also contrary to the Lord's actions in recent years. If two households were to be operated at the same time, it would definitely make the household registration more complicated. The burden on the government would increase, and at the same time, it would mean that the collection of taxes would become complicated. There is no need to implement it. If it were to be implemented, it would definitely affect the whole body. It all depends on whether the Lord is willing or not. Feng Yi told them what she was worried about so that Sun Lan and Sun Lan could be mentally prepared. When Sun Lan heard this, he also calmed down. According to the current tax collection methods of the Xia dynasty and Dongqing, there was a close relationship between household registration, population, and land. If the population did not change, but the household registration increased and became complicated, it meant that the tax collection and labor would also become complicated. Then what should we do? Sun Lan frowned. He had already agreed to it. If it couldn't be implemented, how was he going to explain? If only he was to be the head of the household, Jinghui would not agree. If only Jinghui was to be the head of the household, his grandfather would not agree. If both of them were to be the head of the household, the government did not have such rules and regulations, most likely they would not agree as well. Sigh, he just wanted to get married. Why did he have to face such a difficult problem? Chongqing didn't give me this difficult problem. I don't have to worry about it. Feng Yi covered her face with her fan and smiled. You ask me, how would I know? Sun Lan was speechless. Chapter 1743. Rongli, how can you bear to do this? Sun Lan looked at his good friend pitifully. They said that they would be together forever. Why did he kick him out of the car halfway? Feng Yi said, I really can't help you with this. Let me give you a suggestion. Write a letter to Old Man Sun or military counselor Qiguan. Seeing that his good friend wanted to smooth things over, Sun Lan had to show his trump card. He turned around and prepared to find Jinghui. Feng Yi raised his eyebrows. He subconsciously felt that Sun Lan was not that easy to deal with. He asked, Lan, where are you going? Find Jinghui. Let Jinghui talk to Chongqing. If Changxing was also provoked into rebellion and asked the same question to Feng Yi, wouldn't Feng Yi become his brother in trouble? By then, he would like to see how Feng Yi would be able to stay out of trouble. Seeing that he was about to leave, Feng Yi hurriedly reached out and grabbed Sun Lan's hand. He said gloomily, "Are you trying to die with me?" Sun Lan stopped and smiled. Isn't a good brother supposed to share blessings and misfortunes together? It did not make sense for Sun Lan to be so worried about this matter, but Feng Yi was enjoying it. It was too unfair. Feng Yi was speechless. To hell with share blessings and misfortunes together. He did not expect Sun Lan, this thick-browed and big-eyed fellow, to have such a sinister intention. Rongli, are you going to help me or not? Sun Lan stared at him with his bright and harmless eyes. Feng Yi scolded him in his heart. Sun Lan was different from Old Man Sunday. He was good at pretending to be weak. He was sure that Feng Yi could not do anything to him. I really owe you. Feng Yi sighed. After all, they were classmates and friends for many years. It was not his style to stand by and do nothing. As the saying goes, one would rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. Sun Lan had been thinking about Qiguan's eldest wife for many years. He could not let him be a single dog forever. Sun Lan smiled. Rongli is indeed righteous. If not for his upbringing, Feng Yi really wanted to roll his eyes to express his inner feelings. What was righteousness? If it was not for Sun Lan, this shameless fellow, threatening him with both carrot and stick, he would not have gotten on this boat. Rongli, tell me your idea. Feng Yi was the most outstanding youth of this generation, and Sun Lan had high hopes for him. He would definitely have a way. Method? He had to write a letter to his lord to find out what she was thinking. Otherwise, if we act on our own, your grandfather and my father won't be able to handle the consequences. Feng Yi said, although Jinghui only wants to retain her position as the head of the household and not be confined to the inner courtyard in the future, it seems to be a simple request with no problems, but it involves many things that we can't touch. We can't solve it. Sun Lan was speechless. He did not expect that the solution Feng Yi mentioned was to look for the elders. Previously, it was his grandfather. Now, it was his lord. After all, he was the grandson that Old Man Sun had cultivated for many years. Sun Lan also had a sense for politics, but not as keen as Feng Yi. Testing the lord's intentions. Sun Lan said, if my lord intends to promote female households in the long run and support women, having 2 heads of household in a family might be the root of the problem. However, the implementation of 2 household heads would also involve issues such as taxation and population inspection. Only by solving the problem at the root could everything be achieved. If my lord is willing, our questions will definitely receive a response. On the other hand, if my lord doesn't make a statement, it means that there will be other changes to the female households. It could be further improvements, or it could be a temporary solution. Feng Yi nodded and said, we still need my lord to make a statement on this matter so that we can think of a solution. Otherwise, it will be a waste of effort. If the lord didn't have this intention, it would be useless even if the 2 of them were to be passionate. Sun Lan asked uncertainly, Rongli, what do you think are the chances of this happening? Feng Yi covered her face with her fan, revealing only her eyes, which were brimming with a meaningful smile. Our lord is a woman after all. If she doesn't change the world's view of heirs, when she has children in the future, it will be a man's family line. Doesn't that mean that her 10 years of conquest will be a wedding dress for the young master's father? Feng Yi saw through everything. Sun Lan was stunned. For the first time, he realized that his good friend was Feng Zhen's biological son. People live for money, fame, status, or power. At the end of the day, it's still for themselves. Why do people care so much about the family line? Of course, it's not just so that there will be descendants to worship after death. Only the dead know what the world after death is like. The living don't know. Another important reason is to pass on the torch. The fruits of a lifetime of hard work would naturally be passed on to her own children. There were also differences between close and distant children, like the palm and the back of the hand. If the world thought that male heirs would continue the family line of the man, then everything the Lord had in the future would be passed on to the male heirs. In the eyes of the world, wouldn't it be a wedding dress for someone else? Even if the children were her own, she still wouldn't feel good about it. Sun Lan said, "My lord is not such a fool. How could her thinking be so narrow-minded?" Feng Yi sighed and said, "Why are you scolding yourself?" Sun Lan choked and suddenly thought of something. Her face turned green. Feng Yi said, "This is not the thinking of a fool. It's just the thinking of an ordinary person. It's not narrow-minded. If you only have one daughter in the future, and she is destined to marry into someone else's household, then what you have worked so hard for half your life will be taken by your son-in-law through your daughter. Will you feel good? On the other hand, if your daughter is independent and continues the family line, you will feel better after 100 years. Everyone liked to take advantage of others and not be taken advantage of. However, how could the concept of inheritance that had lasted for thousands of years be reversed so easily? Sun Lan said, "So, the possibility of my lord agreeing is very high." Feng Yi smiled and said, "We will know the result only after we find out." His analysis was probably feasible for ordinary people, but it was not quite right for Jiang Pingji. Even if the result was the same, the analysis process was very different. Because Sun Lan had spoken too confidently, he was a little flustered. He did not dare to look at Jing Hui for fear that she would be disappointed in him. Little did he know, his reaction was within her expectations. Because of their father's generation, Changsheng and Jing Hui were considered bosom buddies. They were very close. It did not take long for her to hear about Jing Hui making things difficult for Sun Lan. She said, "I think this matter is not easy to handle. You are deliberately making things difficult for him." As a student trained by the powerful teachers of the Golden Scale Academy, Jing Hui and Changsheng's innate genes were powerful. Naturally, she would not be bad. She was also clear about the obstacles that would be encountered in implementing a family with two households. "Of course I know it's not easy, but it's also good to let him know that it's not so easy to marry me. The daughter of the Qiguan family is not an ordinary woman in the inner house. If he dares to marry me, he should be mentally prepared. Otherwise, we will quarrel over this in the future. It's better to make it clear from the beginning." Changsheng chewed on the peanut cake and her eyes could not help but turn. In the distance, Feng Yi was together with Sun Lan, thinking about how to write a memorial to Jiang Pingji. He suddenly shivered. He had an ominous feeling. Chapter 1744. To be honest, this was the first time Feng Yi and Jiang Shangrong wrote a memorial to the Lord. They deliberated over every word and sentence, trying to use the simplest language to explain the matter clearly. For this, the two top students of the Golden Scale Academy stayed up all night. They wrote a thick stack of useless drafts, but they could not finalize it. It was not that they had obsessive-compulsive disorder of perfection, nor was it that they did not have enough knowledge. It was just that the more they wrote about it, the more difficult it was for them. However, they had to bite the bullet and write it. That was why they hesitated and wasted a lot of manuscripts. From dusk till dawn, the two of them discussed for several hours before finally finalizing the draft. I was wondering why my head was a little dizzy. It's already the second day. Sun Lan walked to the window and opened it. The golden morning light poured through the gap and shrouded them, as if they were wearing a thin layer of golden gauze. Feng Yi's eyes were used to the darkness and candlelight. Suddenly being shown by the cold but exceptionally bright morning light, his sore eyeballs could not help but protest. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover his eyes to block the morning light. Only then did he feel much better. It's getting late. I'll ask someone to prepare warm water to wash up. After washing up, he would catch up on his sleep lest he suddenly died from cultivating all night. Feng Yi slowly got up from the mat. Although he was careful, his mind was a little muddled. His feet were so soft as if he was stepping on cotton. Before he ordered, the servant informed him that the eldest lady of the Feng family and the eldest lady of the Qiguan family had come to visit. Why is Jinghui here? Chongqing was understandable because the two families lived very close to each other. Chongqing liked to visit Feng Yi to play since he was young. However, Jinghui could not understand. The relationship between the two families was not that close. She came to visit early in the morning. Thinking of this, his slow brain finally thought of someone. Feng Yi turned his gaze to Sun Lan, who was immersed in cultivating. Her reaction was even slower than his. She was still in a state of confusion. He thought that he knew the main reason why Qiguan Jinghui suddenly came to visit. Wash your face. Don't go out to meet people with an oily face and dull eyes. Even though they were so familiar with each other, the young man still did not want the woman to see his oily face and unwashed eye sores. Even if these two were handsome young men, which young man who could make a young girl yearn for love hadn't been carefully groomed? Brother Rongli, I'm here to find you. Cheerful voices drifted into the room, dispersing the originally heavy atmosphere, as if injecting vitality into the air. By the time Chongqing and Lu Ta arrived, Feng Yi and the others had already been served by the servants to wash their faces with warm water. When the warm and steamy towels touched their faces, they quivered and their muddled minds became slightly clearer. She carefully brushed her teeth twice with dental powder, rinsed her mouth with warm water, combed her long hair again, and put on the accessories on her waist. Not long after, there were two fresh and refreshing young men. Why are you here so early? Feng Yi only came out to meet him after she was done tidying up. Have you had breakfast? Chongqing said, not yet. Feng Yi took the opportunity to say, then let's have breakfast together before we talk about anything else. Brother Rongli, look at the dark circles under your and Lan's eyes. You were so worried that you didn't sleep last night. Chongqing smiled and squinted her eyes. Her smiling eyes glanced at the dark circles under their eyes, and then looked at their low spirits. She immediately guessed that these two companions had been cultivating for an entire night. However, the gloating in her words was too obvious. Feng Yi knocked on her head. Great, the two of you came all the way here just to see how pathetic the two of us are. Chongqing smiled and said, this is just along the way. I originally wanted to imitate Sister Jinghui and give Brother Rongli a difficult problem. Feng Yi's smile froze. Now, when he heard the word difficult, he was a little afraid. If Qiguan Jinghui did not set a good example for Chongqing, how could she teach bad people? Without waiting for him to say anything, Chongqing used a handkerchief to gently stroke the dark circles under his eyes and said with distress, after seeing you, I can't bear to do it. Although he didn't say any warm words, those few simple words made Feng Yi feel warm. Look, Chongqing was the cute one. Qiguan Jinghui was the Rakshasa wearing a cute fake skin. Sun Lan looked at the two showing off their affection as if there was no one else around. He faintly had the illusion that his stomach was bloated. He was not a fool. If he did not show his misery to gain sympathy at this time, then when would he do it? After the four of them had breakfast, Chongqing asked, how does Lan plan to solve the problem raised by Sister Jinghui? Sun Lan took out a few pieces of paper from his sleeve. He was a little perturbed. This was the answer sheet that he and his companions wrote after staying up all night cultivating. Qiguan Jinghui did not really force him. She was just making things difficult for him. It did not matter if Sun Lan could not achieve it, as long as he had the intention. Seeing that Sun Lan really took out the answer sheet, she was a little curious and wanted to take a look. She did not know how many points the two scholars in front of her could produce after a night of painstaking effort. Chongqing also came over to take a look. The two were originally smiling, but the more they read, the more serious their gazes became. At the end, Chongqing said, "No." Jinghui folded the few pieces of paper neatly and said, "I don't agree either. The Golden Scale Academy taught everything. The teachers paid more attention to the combination of teaching materials and practical matters. The higher the grade, the closer the content was to the real situation." Jinghui and Chongqing were not in the same grade, but their grades were among the best in the Golden Scale Academy. They were taught by the great scholars in school, and at home, they had their families to give them special attention. It was understandable that they were not excellent. Chongqing was born in the Feng family. Her grandfather, Feng Ren, was one of the big shots in the Golden Scale Academy. It was too easy for her to give them special attention. Qiguan Jinghui's grandfather was the great scholar in Hejian, Wei Yuan. Old Master Wei Yuan also moved here to retire, and he could teach his granddaughter at the same time. Even though the two had not really finished their apprenticeship, their political sense was not inferior to Feng Yi's. Because of their family background, they were even more sensitive. After reading the contents of the booklet, they knew what made Feng Yi and the others stay up all night. The more they read, the more frightened they were, so they immediately rejected it. "Do you know what will happen to you if the contents of the booklet are leaked?" Chongqing showed a rare solemn expression. "This booklet involves the interests of too many people. Those whose interests are at stake can't touch Duke Lanting, but it's easy for them to touch you." It was not as simple as having two heads of household, there were also suggestions for tax changes. When it comes to taxes, once it started, it can't be stopped. Just by looking at the first few suggestions for changes, Chongqing knew that if this thing was leaked, it would bring disaster to Sun Lan and the others. Even if they had the protection of their elders, as long as there was such a stain, their future career would be in jeopardy. Jinghui also regretted it. If she had known that Sun Lan would have this idea, she would not have used this to make things difficult for them. It would have been better to use a gentle method to have a good conversation. She knew Sun Lan's temperament, so Qiguan Jinghui was not worried that she would waste her life in the backyard like other women. Chapter 1745. Sun Lan said, "I've discussed it with Rongli. This matter involves a lot of people. It's not convenient to do it openly, so we can only do it secretly. If it was done openly, there would be many people who would come into contact with this booklet. The news could not be hidden. If it was in the form of a secret booklet, the contents could only be seen by the trusted ministers and the Lord. Compared to the former, the latter was much more confidential." Chongqing couldn't help but frown. "If it's just for Sister Jinghui's test, you don't have to do this. If it was not good enough, they would make countless enemies, but they might lose their lives." Feng Yi said, "At first, it was because of this. But after the secret booklet was written, I realized the meaning was more than that." Chongqing was a little anxious, but she still restrained herself and listened to Feng Yi's explanation. Feng Yi said, "I remember, before Lan and I followed the army, the topic of the last lesson taught by the headmaster of the academy was the cause of troubled times. The headmaster asked us to explore the root cause of troubled times. If I remember correctly, the headmaster even compiled it into a book." Chongqing nodded. She was also a senior student, and the content of her studies was more relevant to current politics. She had also taken similar courses. Feng Yi continued, "I remember that many of my classmates said that the royal family was greedy for the desolate silver, and that it was their fault that caused the world to be in chaos. Some said that the officials were in cahoots with each other, causing the common people to suffer. Some even said that natural and man-made disasters occurred frequently, causing the common people to turn into mobs. Dongqing was like this, Nanqing was like this, but is the answer to this question so shallow and simple? Changxing said, of course not. These are only part of the reason, but not the main reason. Coincidentally, Changxing had taken the same course a while ago. She asked her grandfather for special tutoring and learned a lot from this wise old man. What caused a country's destruction could not be a local factor, but something related to the whole. Feng Yi said, I think so too. After entering the military camp, I consulted a few military counselors and had a different opinion. Military counselor Qiguan once mentioned the problem of the national treasury in the last years of Dongqing. The royal family's desire for grandiose achievements and misappropriation of military supplies was a problem, but it could not hide the fact that the national treasury's revenue had been decreasing year after year. This money was not enough to satisfy the royal family's extravagance. How could there be extra money to equip the military supplies? The problem was, according to the most recent census, before Dongqing was destroyed, the population did not decrease but increased. However, the tax revenue of the national treasury did not increase but decreased. Which part of this place was the problem? Just because someone embezzled tax money and filled their own pockets. How could it be so simple? Changxing said, Brother Rongli, it's not that we haven't thought about it, but no one dares to make a move. Changxing had naturally thought about what Feng Yi said. Under her grandfather's guidance, she also analyzed a lot of the content. Even if his understanding wasn't as deep as Feng Yi's, his general direction was correct. Because the 5 kingdoms were all split from the Great Xia dynasty, the tax and labor system of each kingdom was similar, only the details were different. The so-called tax was levied on the land, while the labor was levied on the heads of people. It could be material objects or manpower. For example, Dongqing's tax and corvée system was rather complicated. On the whole, it still followed the template of the Xia dynasty. Not only were there many programs for young adults to serve, but they were also very strict. If they didn't want to serve, they had to pay a certain amount of money in rations according to the number of people. Even if they didn't want to serve, they still had to pay a certain amount of tax. There weren't that many types of taxes, but it was still very deceptive. The land tax was based on a certain percentage of the average output of the occupied land. What did it mean to occupy land? The average area of the land occupied by a family. For example, Father Ma had 1 billion yuan, and Poor A had 0 yuan. The average savings of the two were 500 million yuan. It was even easier to understand the percentage of the output per mu. The government would take 50% of the output per mu. This percentage was considered low. There was a period of time when the percentage was even up to 80%. In other words, the government would take 50% to 80% of the harvest of a farmer's hard work for a year. The remaining 20% would be given to the people. This 20% had to be deducted from the family's head tax and other miscellaneous taxes. This little amount of rice was not even enough to fill their stomachs, not to mention handing it over to the government to exempt them from the heavy labor. If the labor was levied on your family, then you had to obediently hand over the people. Of course, these indicators were for ordinary people and aristocrats who had special privileges. They could reduce taxes and be exempted from the labor. A little bit of it could be dealt with. In the early days of the founding of Dongqing, ordinary people did have a lot of fertile land in their hands. The occupied land was not too excessive. However, natural and man-made disasters could not be predicted by human beings. Many lands were resold to the aristocrats at a low price by the people. The aristocrats and other higher-ups obtained more land from the people to achieve the goal of annexation. The land in the hands of the people became less and less, but the taxes collected based on the occupied land did not decrease. In layman's terms, the income was low, but the taxes paid were not low. This meant that the people received less money. As time went by, the people could not bear the burden. More and more people sold themselves to the aristocrats as serfs or farm laborers to fight for a living. After the land annexation, the aristocrats had more and more land in their hands. However, as a privileged class, the actual number of land they owned was much larger than the theoretical occupied land. This meant that the more land they had, the more tax-free land they could get, and the higher their income. Not only that, but the aristocrats could also use their privileges to reduce taxes that were already low. The poor people became poorer, and the rich aristocrats became richer. The number of people who paid taxes decreased, and the number of aristocrats who paid taxes did not increase. The overall revenue of the national treasury naturally decreased. In addition to the embezzlement of taxes by various local governments, it would be strange for the national treasury to have a high revenue. There was no money in the national treasury. It was so poor that it could not even pay the salaries of the officials. The country was doomed. The situation in Dongqing was not that bad, but the royal family was too extravagant. They dug their own graves. Chongqing remembered the words of the academy's master, Master Qingjing. Taxes were the foundation of a country. Those hypocrites who said that money was like dung should go eat dung. Not to mention the distant past, just the rise and fall of the dynasties of a few countries in recent times showed the importance of the national treasury's taxes. If this was to be changed, the conflict between Jiang Pingji and the aristocrats would become more intense. Whether the east wind prevailed over the west wind, or the west wind prevailed over the east wind, the bastard who proposed the tax reform would be dragged out to be sacrificed to the heavens. Chongqing looked at Feng Yi, her eyes full of struggle. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Feng Yi knew that Chongqing was worried, so she said gently, "My lord will not be unaware of the stakes. She is also an elder who watched me grow up. If she really wants to punish someone, she will not punish me and Lan, who are still wet behind the ears." To put it bluntly, he and Sun Lan were still not enough. If there was really a reform, it would most likely be to plot against some unlucky aristocrats and use their entire family to sacrifice to the heavens. Chapter 1746. Feng Zhen could never have imagined that his well-behaved and precious son would unexpectedly dig such a big hole for him at such a critical moment. At the moment, he was still on the road. From Nanqing's Ningzhou to Dongqing's Wanzhou, the two places were very far apart. Feng Zhen and his group had been on the road for more than a month, and their bones were about to break from the bumpy ride. In addition to the fatigue from the long journey, Feng Zhen was also not used to the temperature in the north and south. Nanqing's cold was cold and damp, so cold that it made one's bones shiver. Dongqing's cold in winter was an overwhelming snowstorm, so one had to be fully armed just to go out. When they arrived in Wanzhou, it was less than a month before New Year's Eve. Most people were cooped up at home for the winter, so there were very few people on the road. It was freezing outside, but inside the carriage, it was warm and cozy. Inside the carriage, the two scholars, Feng Zhen and Qian Su, were fully armed. They wore brocade hats and marten coats, and carried warm hand warmers in their arms. Qian Su was a southerner who grew up in a warm and watery place. When had he ever seen such heavy snow in the north? At first, he was a little excited, but after a while, the novelty faded, leaving only worry for the people in his heart. "The snow is so thick, I don't know how the people will survive this winter." Although it was said that snow meant a good harvest, if the snow was too heavy, it would be a snow disaster. The quality of the people's houses was not good, so every winter, countless houses would collapse under the weight of the snow. Without shelter from the wind and rain, how would they survive such a cold winter? Qian Su's brows were dyed with worry. On the other hand, Feng Zhen was in a good mood the whole way, even having the mood to warm up his wine and drink until his cheeks were flushed. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore, so he explained a little uncomforted Qiansu. Didn't you notice that along the way, we didn't see a single corpse on the road? They didn't even see many living people, let alone corpses frozen to death outside. The snow on the official road, however, was swept clean. Fengzhen flattered his lord and said with a smile, "My lord is lenient and treats the people very well. How could you let them not survive winter? This year's snow wasn't too heavy, and the people already have a plan to deal with it. Even if the houses that the commoners live in are crushed by the snow, the government will arrange for them to take refuge. They will only return after the houses are repaired. They won't let anything happen to them." Fengzhen smiled and said, "You'll know once you enter the city." Actually, even without entering the city, Qiansu knew that her worries were unnecessary. After entering Wanzhou, Qiansu discovered a very strange phenomenon. There were always villages near the official roads, and the houses in these villages were all neat and tidy, as if they were twins from a mother's womb. One had to know that the houses in the villages of the commoners were built in all sorts of styles. Not only were they ugly and of poor quality, but their locations were also messy. However, these villages were different. They were neat and tidy, and it was comfortable to look at them. Not only that, but he also saw people climbing up to the roofs to clear the snow. The distance was a little far, so he couldn't see the appearance of the commoners clearly. However, he could see that they were wearing thick clothing that was enough to ward off the cold. Fengzhen explained to him, the villages near the official roads were all built by the government after they recruited refugees. Most of the commoners are refugees, and some of them are people from deep in the mountains. The government made the decision to move them down from the mountains. They were built near the official roads to make it easier for them to transport grain. With the official roads extending in all directions, the commoners could transport the agricultural products that they had accumulated at home to other places to sell. This place wasn't far from the mountains, and there were farmlands that the commoners could cultivate and be self-sufficient here. Of course, the maintenance of the official roads was also undertaken by these villages in turn. For example, when there was snow in winter, each village would be responsible for clearing a section of the road. After the winter, the government would allocate a certain amount of money, grain, or various kinds of spring planting to the commoners in these villages. Qiansu said, "It's hard to leave their homeland. Would they be willing to leave the place where their ancestors have lived for generations?" At first, there were indeed some commoners who weren't willing. They even suspected that there was some conspiracy behind it, Fengzhen said with a smile. Dongqing has also experienced many years of war, and the commoners have suffered greatly. The government moved them, changed their houses, gifted them with fertile land, spring planting, farm tools, and cattle. Who would really cling to their old place and refuse to move? As long as some people in a village become rich, the others will be moved no matter how stubborn they are. Our Lord has a kind heart, and these commoners aren't ungrateful. Apart from a few trusted subordinates, no one knew of Jiang Yu. Ji was playing a big game of chess. After hearing this, Qiansu agreed with Fengzhen's explanation. Ji was indeed a kind and wise ruler. He had expended so much manpower, resources, and money just to let the commoners live a good life and live in good houses. It was truly rare. Many feudal lords only knew how to develop themselves and squeeze more capital from the commoners to fight for the world. It was rare to see a feudal lord who was willing to sacrifice his own interests to benefit the commoners. The more Qiansu understood Ji, the more she felt ashamed of her past self. Prejudice was really unbearable. After hearing Qiansu's words, Fengzhen smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Yu. It was true that Ji was benefiting the commoners, but this construction plan wasn't just for the commoners. Because of the chaotic times, many commoners couldn't register for household registration at birth. They were considered unregistered residents, and without a household registration, there was no way to conduct a census. Without accurate population statistics, how would tax laws be enforced in the future? Moving the commoners to a fixed village, counting the population, and arranging household registration was not only for the benefit of the commoners, but also for unified management of the commoners and to ensure social security. These houses weren't given away. They were still rented to the commoners at a low price to encourage the commoners to produce and create value. Then, they would buy the permanent residency rights of the houses from the government. This was an invisible demographic dividend. In Wanzhou, such villages could be found everywhere. These villages were all built around arable land and roads built by the government. There were at least 40 to 50 households in a village, and at most 100 households in a village. Of course, these constructions weren't completed overnight. Basically, every village had to be repaired and a group of people moved in. At first, the commoners weren't very willing. Later, they all stretched their necks and hoped that it would be their turn. The wheels of the cart continued to roll forward. Before long, they saw the tall and majestic elephant Sunday. It wasn't very fitting to say that it was a county. The permanent population here was even greater than that of the largest state capital, and the city was constantly expanding. Of course, these expansions had their own rules and regulations. After entering the city and seeing the neat and tidy houses in the city, Qian Su once again fell silent. If he knew that there was a word in this world called obsessive-compulsive disorder, he would probably understand how he felt. Whether it was village construction or city construction, was the person in charge's obsessive-compulsive disorder at an incurable late stage. The houses had to be neat and uniform, and the decorations on the eaves had to be exactly the same. There couldn't be a single difference in the architectural specifications. Even the green bricks on the ground had to follow a certain pattern. Because Jiang Ji had recommended the method of making green bricks at the Huangshui conference, many of the feudal vassals had gone back and started to work on it. However, they had ended up in a mess, and the green bricks weren't very beautiful and neat. But Elephant's son was different. Chapter 1747. Qian Su's idea wasn't unreasonable. Xiangyang had a set of strict rules and regulations. Even an illiterate person could understand them. The people were illiterate, but after living there for almost a decade, these rules had long been ingrained in their bones, forming a special spiritual outlook. After Qian Su entered the city, she felt like she had accidentally entered a paradise. The layout of Xiangyang was different from other cities. People had their own roads, and carriages had their own roads. Therefore, the roads here were exceptionally wide, enough for 5 carriages to travel side by side. Every 500 steps, there was a wooden barrel that was half the height of a person standing on the side of the road. From time to time, people would throw something into it. The streets were spacious, clean, and orderly. It made Qian Su, a nouveau riche, feel indescribably uneasy. The feeling of uneasiness was similar to that of an illiterate person sneaking into the circle of top scholars. Feng Zhen revealed a long-lost emotion and explained to Qian Su excitedly. What are those wooden barrels used for? They're used to throw rubbish and the filth of cows and horses. They're not allowed on the road. If you don't dispose of them, you'll be fined if you're caught. What's up with those strange carriages? Qian Su saw a carriage with 2 horses passing by next door. Except for the top of the carriage, it was open on all sides. Qian Su took a look and discovered that the carriage was separated by 3 wooden planks. There were 6 bearded stools, and 6 fairly clean-dressed ordinary people were sitting inside. Feng Zhen took a look and said, "It's a public carriage from the Carriage and Horses Company." According to the ancient system, 1 carriage for the commoners, 2 for the scholars, 3 for the officials, 4 for the officials, 5 for the feudal lords, and 6 for the emperor. Qian Su's brows furrowed. She said unhappily, judging by their attire, they're obviously commoners. How are they qualified? That's true, but one horse can't pull 6 people, Fengjin said. At first, there were indeed scholars who objected, but with the Lord's personality, she's always amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The carriage and horses company is also beneficial to the people. What's wrong with 2 horses? Xiangyang was getting bigger and bigger. There were more and more people living here. The north, south, east, and west were separated by a long distance. In order to accommodate the old warhorses, Jiang Pingji set up a carriage and horses company. She let the horses pull the carriages. The drivers were all retired soldiers. Transportation was convenient, and the people didn't have to walk. One only needed to pay a certain fee to get on the bus. Ordinary families could afford it. Because 2 horses pulling a chariot was a privilege that only scholars had, ordinary civilian organizations did not dare to follow the trend of setting up chariots and horses, for fear of being accused of overstepping their authority. Therefore, chariots and horses had always been an official organization. In order to make it easier to manage, he also made a license plate mark. Due to the high cost, horse-drawn carriages and ox carts were not as popular as private cars in the later generations, so the traffic had always been smooth. Commoners could wait for a bus at a fixed stop. If there was an empty bus, they could get on. The funny thing was that the people who had objected to it at first were happy to use the public carriages later on. It couldn't be helped. Not everyone had the money to keep a horse carriage or an ox cart. Most of the time, they had to rely on their feet. Since there was such a convenient means of transportation that even the commoners could use, why couldn't they? Qian Su watched with relish. She was shocked at first, but then she calmed down. However, she didn't close her mouth halfway through. We're here. Fengjin got out of the carriage and secretly massaged his old waist. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked over to the other carriage. Madams, you can come down with the little Langjun and the little wife. The curtains of the carriage were lifted. Yen Shuxian and Yang Rijia stepped down from the carriage with the help of their maids. They were holding their babies tightly wrapped in their arms. Fengjin had applied to Jiang Pingji for a transfer to Wanzhou. It was official business, but in fact, he was slacking off. Jiang Pingji couldn't bear to see him so happy, so she assigned him the task of escorting Yang Tao and Yan Lin's wife. Yang Tao and Yan Lin both had families, but the conditions in Nanxing were harsh and unsuitable for their wives and children. Jiang Pingji suggested that their wives and children move to Wanzhou to settle down. Jiang Pingji was purely concerned about her subordinates, but in the ears of Yang Tao and Yan Lin, it sounded like a threat. Was she suggesting that they hand over the hostages? Regardless of whether she meant it or not, Yang Tao and Yan Lin could only agree. This trivial matter was thrown to Fengjin. Qian Su volunteered to help. Although it was said that she was sharing Fengjin's worries, she was actually secretly protecting the 2 madams and their children to prevent possible harm. As intelligent as Jiang Pingji was, she naturally understood the deeper meaning behind these people's actions. She didn't explain and let them fill in the blanks. This was a comedy where everyone was diligently scheming against each other, but only the Lord was fishing in troubled waters. We'll be living here from now on. Where will Rijia live? Yen Shuxian had been a little uneasy these days. When she saw the residence she would be living in from now on, she was a little uncertain. Isn't this treatment a little too good? General Yang and military advisor Yen have a close relationship. My lord wants to arrange for them to live closer together. I checked the houses that are still empty. This is the only one that's better. The location is quiet, but it's not far from the bustling city. This is General Yang's residence, and the one opposite is military advisor Yan's. As a building maniac, his lord had built hundreds of residences in one go as soon as she entered Xiangyang district. A small number of residences were left behind. Some were given to the initial team as rewards, and the rest were sold at a high price to the gentry or local tycoons who had moved in. His lord, a black-hearted merchant, paired up with Wei Ci, the leader of the navy. The residences there were extremely expensive. In the past 2 years, they had earned a lot just by selling the residences. For example, Fengzhen's residence, which he had bought for only 3 copper coins, had now increased in value countless times over. If Yang Tao and the rest knew that his lord had gifted them such a residence, they would be even more loyal. "Thank you, Master Lanting." Yan Shuxian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She bowed toward the south and nodded to Fengzhen to express her thanks. Fengzhen smiled and said, "It's New Year's Eve Lantern Festival in a while. If the 2 madams are free, you can bring your maidservants out to play and relax." In reality, Xiangyang district was very lively for a month before New Year's Eve. Various merchants' warm-up activities were similar to those of profiteers in later generations. These scenes could only be seen in Xiangyang district. For outsiders like Yan Shuxian, it was rather rare. Fengzhen only returned home after settling them down. Little did he know that his son's rebellious youth had arrived. The scene was rather peculiar. Thinking about how he bragged about his son in front of his colleagues and how good he was at educating his son, he couldn't help but hammer himself to death. "Silly boy, you've tricked your father to death." Feng Yi's secret letter successfully reached its destination and landed in Jiang Pingji's hands. The reason why it was a secret letter was that its confidentiality was the most important. The number of people who were qualified to read the contents of the letter was definitely less than 3. Feng Yi and the other naughty boys were quite lucky. The secret letter landed directly in Jiang Pingji's hands. "Feng Yi. It's from Rongli of Fengzhen's family. Could it be that something happened at Zhangjiang Pass?" Jiang Pingji still didn't know that Feng Yi and Sun Lan had returned to the academy to continue their studies. She thought that the 2 of them were still working hard at the front lines. She tore open the seal and took out the thick secret letter. At that moment, the sun was setting in the west. The room was dim and half of Jiang Pingji's face was hidden in the darkness. Chapter 1748. Madam, bad news. Master suddenly said that he wants to punish her. When the old housekeeper hurried over to ask Wan Xiao for help, Wan Xiao was in the middle of her skin treatment. Punish her. Hearing this, Wan Xiao frowned slightly. Was there such a thing in the house? No, the point was why and who was being punished. Wan Xiao hurriedly got up from the mat and followed the housekeeper to save her without makeup. Why did Master suddenly want to punish her? Who did something wrong? What did he do wrong? Although she asked, she was smart and had a rough guess in her heart. There were only 3 proper masters in Fengzhen's residence. Fengzhen wouldn't ask for the family law to punish him, so the only one left was Feng Yi. However, Feng Yi had always been a well-behaved child, so how could she have angered Fengzhen to the point of asking for the family law? The old housekeeper had served Fengzhen for many years. As a servant, he wouldn't interfere with Fengzhen's education without permission. The fact that he came to her in such a hurry showed that this matter was unusual. Wan Xiao frowned and walked like the wind. She couldn't care less about her appearance. The old housekeeper said with a pale face, "I don't know what happened either. I only know that eldest Lang Jun said something to Master." Master suddenly flew into a rage. Not only did he want to punish eldest Lang Jun, but he also said that he would personally whip eldest Lang Jun to prevent him from causing trouble again. Wan Xiao was shocked. "'Cause a great calamity. This crime could have been committed on anyone, but he had watched Rongli grow up. As his father, how could he not know Rong Li's temperament? He didn't ask for the reason and said such harsh words without distinguishing between right and wrong. Is Cixi crazy? Wan Xiu's words were reasonable and resonated with the old housekeeper. Indeed, eldest Lang Jun was a good seedling that everyone had watched grow up. These days, he had been studying hard, going to school, and working hard. He did not have the slightest air of a playboy. He had also kept himself clean and never fooled around with those wastrels. His peers were already in the brothels of New Lu, but eldest Lang Jun didn't even have a maid to serve him. If he didn't whore, gamble, or drink, where else could he find such a worry-free son of an official? The old housekeeper was also puzzled. He subconsciously ignored his wife's unceremonious scolding of "Zi Feng is crazy." In his heart, Feng Zhen deserved to be scolded. When Wan Xiu brought her people over, she heard Feng Zhen's angry curses from afar. Unfilial son, are you trying to anger your father to death? Look at what you've done. How dare you do something that will bring disaster to your entire family? Feng Zhen heard the commotion and thought that the old housekeeper had called for the family discipline. Hand it over. See if I don't break this unfilial son's legs. Wan Xiu stepped forward and said, What do you mean by breaking my legs? Let me see who dares to make a move. Feng Zhen, who was standing, and Feng Yi, who was kneeling with his head lowered, looked at her in unison. The latter's gaze was calm, while the former's anger had yet to subside. This has nothing to do with you. Feng Zhen was so angry that his blood was racing. His whole body was covered in hot sweat, and his words were a little harsh. Go back first. You hit my son. What do you mean by, this has nothing to do with me? Wan Xiu stood in front of Feng Yi, her aura no less imposing than Feng Zhen's. She retorted, if you want to use the family discipline to discipline your child, I won't object. But breaking his legs and whipping him to death is a little too much. He's your son. Is he not my son? Before you hit him, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Feng Zhen's eyes widened in shock. He was secretly angry at the old housekeeper for being a busybody and dragging Wan Xiu into this. However, the trouble Feng Yi had caused couldn't be made public. He could only dismiss all the servants, point at Feng Yi, and say, Unfilial son, tell me what you've done wrong. Let your mother be the judge and ask for the family discipline to break your legs. Tell me if I've gone too far or if you deserve it. With that, Feng Zhen suppressed his anger and said to Wan Xiu, It's not that I'm cruel. It's just that this unfilial son has nearly destroyed our family. If we don't teach him a lesson now, how can we protect him in the future? Wan Xiu suddenly realized that she had misunderstood something. She turned her gaze to Feng Yi and said gently, Rong Li, tell me what happened. Feng Yi obediently and briefly told him that she was going to give Jiang Qiji a gift. Ji's secret letter. Wan Xiu asked, just a secret letter. Feng Yi braced herself and said, the content of the secret letter involves a lot of things. Feng Zhen furiously added insult to injury. It's more than just a little involved. Could it be that you don't know how many people will view you as a thorn in their side once the things you've done are spread out? Who gave you the courage to get involved in something as big as taxes? At first, I thought that you were steady and mature. I didn't expect that. It would be better for you to be a profligate young master. If you raise a cripple, then so be it. At least you won't cause such a huge disaster. Wan Xiu was confused at first, but when she heard the word tax come out of Feng Zhen's mouth, she began to understand. How big are the implications? Feng Zhen laughed coldly. Any aristocratic family or poor family with some wealth would probably dream of burning this brat to ashes. Wan Xiu's heart went cold. She asked in a low voice, can the secret letter be recovered? Feng Zhen sighed with a weary expression. The frivolity between his brows had disappeared long ago, leaving behind only deep worry. While he was angry, he was also worried about his brat. However, there was nothing he could do. We can't recover it. It's too late. I'm afraid that the secret letter has already reached the master's hands. Feng Zhen was angry that his son had caused trouble, but he was even more worried that Feng Yi would be captured by his master to be sacrificed to the heavens. Even if the master didn't sacrifice this brat to the heavens, the victims who had their cake touched by the master would secretly seek revenge. Feng Yi said, "Father," Feng Zhen said angrily, "stop shouting. I don't have an unfilial son like you. Now you remember that I'm your old man. Why didn't he think more when he caused trouble? Such a troublesome son should be beaten to death. If he and his wife worked hard, they might even be able to create a new account." Feng Yi had been a little nervous at first, but when she saw Feng Zhen's attitude, she calmed down. "Father, your son thinks that things might not be as serious as you think." Feng Zhen laughed coldly. "I've eaten more salt than you've walked. You want to show off your intelligence in front of your father. You're still too young." Feng Yi said, "Your son just feels that the master is different from the previous wise and virtuous rulers. Even if you flatter her now, she won't hear it, and she won't let you off. The master is indeed different, but she is also." At this point, Feng Zhen felt a headache coming on and raised his hand to rub his forehead. Sentimental and nostalgic feudal vassals couldn't go far. His master maintained a frightening level of rationality 24 hours a day. If the heaven sacrificing ceremony could achieve the greatest benefits, she wouldn't be merciful. Chapter 1749. Feng Yi said, "I thought that the Lord already had this thought a long time ago." Feng Zhen glanced at his son. Yes, this kid was no longer the good bamboo shoot he was proud of, but Feng Yi. Feng Yi asked in a low voice, "Dare I ask, Father, how do you think Xia and Dongqing were destroyed?" Feng Zhen's brows furrowed. His son's question had a deeper meaning. If we want the Xingshi dynasty to survive, we can't fall on the same question again. Feng Zhen stared at his son with a strange gaze. He was silent for a long time, making Wan Xiu, a bystander, unable to sit still. After a long time, Feng Zhen sighed and said to his son, "What do you think? Say it." Feng Zhen's guess was right. Feng Yi's secret letter was indeed in Jiang Pingji's hands. Only she and Wei Xi had seen the contents of the letter. A bad bamboo produces a good bamboo shoot. What good things did Feng Zhen do in his past life to have such a son? Wei Xi carefully folded the secret letter, brought over an oil lamp and lit it. The orange-red flame shot up fiercely and engulfed the secret letter in an instant. Wenjing and Huayu's eldest wife are also impressive. Given time, they will definitely have a place in the imperial court, Jiang Pingji smiled. This also shows that the Golden Scale Academy's education is successful. Feng Yi's children are the best proof. Under the relatively open education model of the Golden Scale Academy, the students' horizons were broader than expected. They could vaguely understand the meaning of Jiang Pingji's chess game. Of course, it was due to their talent, but the education they received also played a big role. Wei Xi said, "My lord. Is it really like what Feng Yi and the others said?" Jiang Pingji said, "These children. They are still young. Their bold guess is only 30% correct." Due to the limitations of the era, very few scholars dared to blame the destruction of a country on issues such as taxes, gentry, and land annexation. Why? Because most scholars were of noble birth. When they questioned these issues, they were also denying their social status and harming their own interests. Feng Yi and the others were able to jump out of the fence. This kind of awareness was rare. Wei Ci said, "How does my lord intend to respond?" Jiang Pingji smiled. "Grant them marriage. Just let them know." She had spent so many years plotting, now was not the time to bare her fangs. This was because the trap she had set up was challenging the class of interests that had been deeply rooted for hundreds of years. It concerned the interests and fates of too many people. What was the root cause of the destruction of Xia Kingdom and Dongqing Kingdom? The distribution of benefits among different classes was uneven. With the fewest people hogging 99% of the resources, how could society not be chaotic? The change of dynasties was nothing more than a shuffle of resources. If Jiang Pingji wanted the future dynasty to last longer and for the people to enjoy more peace, she had to work hard to distribute the resources more evenly. If it was divided evenly, it meant that the guy who had 99% of the resources would have to take out the things in his pocket. No one was a saint. It was impossible for the landowning households to benefit from this. Jiang Pingji wanted to think of a way to slow down the annexation of land. In essence, she was affecting the fundamental interests of this class. Moreover, she had also established the Golden Scale Academy and vigorously promoted education. She was challenging the aristocratic class's monopoly on education _ smiley face angle _ interestingly enough, if one were to get to the bottom of it, the noble landowning families were once powerful landowners. Through repeated political investments and gambles, they obtained political and economic privileges. After a few generations of operation, they started from the local government and gradually got involved with the central government. They gained a firm foothold and gained more rights to speak. They huddled together and grew rapidly. They annexed countless lands and enjoyed various privileges. Gradually, they became famous families in later generations. The cake was limited. If they wanted to enjoy more benefits, they had to kick down those who tried to climb up to share their cake. Therefore, the monopoly of officialdom and culture came into being. Jiang Pingji wanted to break this monopoly. It was useless to simply rely on violence, killing people, and crushing them. Without this group of landowning households, the poor who climbed up would also become the new nobles. It would multiply and multiply endlessly. Don't think that the poor would represent the masses and fight for the interests of the people just because they suffered from the disdain of the landowning households. The poor would only work hard to climb up and join the group of landowning households. They would transform into a new class of exploitation with a peace of mind. Therefore, Jiang Pingji really had to deal with not only the landowning households but also the new nobles who were born poor. The Golden Scale Academy and the promotion of culture and education were to break the cultural monopoly. The imperial examination to select scholars was introduced in the future to break the monopoly of officialdom. Of course, the audience in the streaming room also said that the imperial examination to select scholars had its pros and cons. Jiang Pingji still needed to do more research. She tried to integrate the examination and teaching system of the Federation in her previous life and transform it into a new system that could adapt to this era. At least, she had to let the people at the bottom see the hope of changing their fate. As long as the source of officials was expanded, it would naturally have an impact on the monopoly of the landowning households. The new nobles would thin out the original cake of the landowning households. However, Jiang Pingji not only had to guard against the landowning households, but she also had to guard against the new nobles. Therefore, how to control them reasonably and narrow the gap between them and the ordinary people was the most important thing. As this problem surfaced, the reform of taxes and corvée was inevitable. The original system of taxes and corvée gave the landowning households the green light. It made them richer and the poor people poorer. The pace of land annexation was getting faster and faster. In the end, the land in the hands of the people would all be in the hands of the landowning households. The balance of resources would be completely tilted. If it was another era, the tax rate of the rich could be increased and a high inheritance tax could be set so that the gap between the rich and the poor would not be too big. However, in this era, inheritance tax could not be counted on. It was also difficult to implement a high tax rate for the exploitative class. After all, the people who made the laws were the evil exploitative class. If she did that, she was afraid that more than half of her confidants would betray her. She was not that reckless, so she had to change her way of thinking. While reducing the burden of the people as much as possible, she would create income for them. At the same time, she could achieve her goal of defeating the local tyrants by cooking frogs in warm water. The existing system of taxes and corvée was definitely not feasible. It was one of the accomplices of land annexation. Compared to the landowning households and commoners, the ordinary people were the weak. It was difficult for them to keep the land in their hands. Jiang Pingji made a clean cut. She made all the land belong to the state and used this to curb land annexation. Rather than saying it belonged to the state, it was better to say that it belonged to the royal family. This required a firm fist. So far, Jiang Pingji had done a good job in this aspect. She plundered wherever she went. On this basis, the miscellaneous tax items related to the land tax would be merged into the land tax. This would reduce the workload of the government in collecting taxes and reduce the complicated links. This would also reduce the risk of tax evasion. The people would rent land of varying sizes from the government according to the number of people in their families. The land tax would be based on the people's annual harvest. The more they farmed, the more they harvested, the more taxes they paid. If this decision were to spread, the landowning households and commoners would collectively explode. Jiang Pingji thought about it and wrote a letter to Fengzhen. Chapter 1750. Jiang. It would take at least a month for Ji's secret letter to be sent to Wanzhou. By the time the letter arrived, it would be the first month of the new year. Fengzhen was worried about his naughty son, but it was rare for the family to be together for the new year. He couldn't keep his son locked up. Under Wan Xiu's persuasion, Fengzhen finally let go of Feng Yi, who had been locked up for 2 days. But he was a petty person. No matter how he thought about it, he was unhappy. His naughty son had made such a big mistake, but he couldn't scold or hit him. It was so frustrating. In the end, Fengzhen went to the academy's teacher as a parent. He hoped that the teacher in charge of teaching would give Feng Yi more homework. It would be best if he could drown in a sea of questions. Feng Yi was only locked up for 2 days. To outsiders, it was said that he had caught a cold. His character and style were too good, so outsiders didn't think much of it. On the other hand, Chongqing's few insiders were on tenterhooks for 2 days. They saw with their own eyes that Feng Yi's mental state was normal and he was as elegant as usual. They heaved a sigh of relief. Little did they know that a major event that would affect their future was happening. Speaking of which, the students of the highest grade in Jinlin Academy were mostly between 17 and 20 years old. They had been studying in Jinlin Academy for a long time. The students who had been studying for the longest time, such as Feng Yi's batch, had been studying for almost 12 years. The shortest ones had been studying for at least 10 years. There was no doubt that both the male and female students were the students that the academy's teachers put the most effort into. The teaching materials they used were the freshest. The teachers would change the teaching materials according to their learning progress and absorption. Well, to put it bluntly, they were experimental guinea pigs. However, as a group of precious guinea pigs, the academy's teaching resources would be given to them first. They deserved to be called painstaking efforts. At this point, many students didn't lack knowledge but experience. They could master the skills they had learned through personal experience. In terms of academics, many teachers felt that they had nothing to teach them. If these students continued to be locked up in Jinlin Academy, it wouldn't be good for them. Instead, it would be harming them. The time after turning 20 was the golden time to work hard. It couldn't be wasted. It was better to let the students graduate and leave the academy to explore the wider world. There was no end to learning. If the students still wanted to study miscellaneous books, they could borrow books from Jinlin Academy and take them home to slowly study. The elders of Jinlin Academy, led by Master Yuan Jing, felt that they couldn't keep delaying the students, so they discussed this issue. In the end, they gave G wrote a booklet. At the end of the day, Jinlin Academy was an official academy. Whether the students graduated or not was not decided by the big shots, so why would they need Jiang Luxia? G made the decision. In addition, after the first batch of students graduated, most of them came to her to apply for jobs. How could they hide this from Jiang? Big Boss G. Ginger. G also agreed, but she had her own ideas on how to select students to become officials. After so many years of planning, it's finally time to move forward with the selection of students. Wouldn't the majority of the landowning households explode with rage if they proposed to select talents through a systematic examination right off the bat? Now that he had proposed the concept of dividing up the subjects, these guys couldn't influence the results even if they wanted to. First Ginger. Ji Yunshu's wings were full of feathers, so the nobles who opposed her simply didn't have the ability to meet her head-on. Whoever dared to say no in front of her, she would make them cold sky axe break. In the year when Ji Yunshu established the library of Jinlin Academy, she used a similar examination method to select students. At first, the landowning households were very angry, but because they were small in scale, there weren't many people in each expedition, so their opposition was just loud thunder and small rain. Third, with the accumulation of these years, the grassroots and middle levels of the Jinlin Academy's expeditions had formed a certain scale, so their voices were no longer as soft as mosquitoes. Although they couldn't meet the landowning households head-on, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Ginger. If Ji Yunshu proposed to divide up the subjects, these people were the least qualified to oppose. Even if they didn't support her, they wouldn't jump out to make things difficult for her. Finally, Ginger. Ji Yunshu had been helping Jinlin Academy build a positive image all these years. The students of the academy had long become a unique scenery, and the people accepted them very well. In addition to the main headmaster of Jinlin Academy, Ginger. Ji Yunshu also used the method of private bidding to establish 22 branches in various provinces and counties. Because of good management, Ginger. While Ji Yunshu was friendly to the people, she also won over a small number of small landowning households and ordinary people. The influence of Jinlin Academy was incomparable. Now, the first batch of students was about to graduate, and their final destination would inevitably attract a lot of attention. In the eyes of outsiders, these students were Ginger. Ji Yunshu had poured years of painstaking effort into them, so she definitely wouldn't let the fertile water flow to the fields of outsiders. However, the fact was that Ginger. Ji Yunshu refuted all the suggestions of the military expeditions. People's talents are divided into different grades. Some people are geniuses but waste the food given by God, while some people are stupid but diligent. If all of them are expeditions and treated equally, then what's the point of their hard work? If they can get into Jinlin Academy and get into the highest grade, who will take the trouble to study in the future? Ginger. Ji Yunshu sternly refuted the guy who proposed this bad idea. He didn't care about the old friendship. Even if this famous scholar had contributed a lot to the construction and development of Jinlin Academy, she still had to refute him. She wanted all the students to know that it was not so easy to get into an official position, and only the winners could stand out. So, she took advantage of the situation and proposed the concept of dividing up the subjects. With the previous arrangements, this concept didn't encounter much opposition. Even if some people objected, they didn't dare to say anything. Dividing up the subjects was a big deal. Ginger. Ji Yunshu planned to preside over it personally. Firstly, it was a show of seriousness. Secondly, it was a deterrent. Thirdly, she could discuss the specific matters of dividing up the subjects with the leaders of Jinlin Academy. There couldn't be any accidents in the first imperial examination. She threw the matters of Nanxing to Fu Wang, Yang Si, Yang Tao, and Yan Lin. Yang Tao and Yan Lin were rendered speechless by her actions. A year ago, Yang Tao was still fighting with Ginger. Now, he was going to hand over the entire situation of Nanxing to them. She was too ambitious. Even if Fu Wang was the commander, Yang Si, Xie and Li. A few important ministers were watching over them, but it was undeniable that Yang Tao had a lot of military power. If Yang Tao wanted to rebel, Ginger, she would be in a terrible fix. When Yang Tao shared his thoughts with his little friend, Yan Lin's little friend seemed to roll his eyes at him. Jingse, did you forget? Forget what? I forgot that both our wives and children were sent to Wanzhou. They had hostages in their hands. How could they be worried about Yang Tao's rebellion? Should Yang Tao be worried about Ginger? Would that bastard Ji kill the hostages? He was mentally tired. Wei Ci also expressed that he was mentally tired. He didn't want to be treated as a pendant by the Lord, who took him everywhere. If this continued, even a blind person would know that they had an affair. Ginger. Ji Yunshu said sternly, I'm not good at painting. Naturally, I have to take Xixia with me. Looking at her sincere big eyes, she didn't take Wei Ci with her to have an affair. If that was the case, why would she take Lu Jing with her? Yes, Lu Jing and his adopted daughter, Kong Xintong, were once again the third wheel. Wei Ci hesitated. Could it be that he had been single for too long and his thoughts were impure, so he misunderstood his lord? My lord said that I'm good at painting. Is there something that you want me to do? Ginger. Ji Yunshu rubbed her hands with a smile and warmed Wei Ci's hands with her palm. The first batch of leeks in Jinlin Academy is ready. It's time to harvest them. Chapter 1751. Jiang Pingji continued, previously, Master Yuanjing wrote to me and asked for my opinion. He said that the highest-ranking students of the Golden Scale Academy have reached the age of graduation. If they continue to stay in the academy, they will only be wasting their best years. They might even become useless. It's better to let them graduate and go out to explore the world. I think it makes sense. However, graduation is a big event. We have to make it look good. I want to design clothes that are exclusive to the graduating students. The clothes and accessories must have a certain meaning to deepen the student's sense of identity and belonging to the Golden Scale Academy. Apart from that, I also want to make a graduation certificate as proof that they have graduated from the academy. Wei Ci was used to his lord's occasional ideas. He had made graduation clothes and certificates in his previous life. Wei Ci was not surprised at all. However, Wei Ci said, this matter has a heavy meaning. I think it's better for you to design it yourself. Having been the leader of the Internet Water Army for so many years, Wei Ci's control of people's hearts was as pure as fire. He knew that some casual actions could win people's hearts. The effect was no less than throwing money and being courteous to the wise. He could draw the finished product, but it was best for Jiang Pingji to design it herself. The effect would be the best. Smiley face angle, anyway, the students of the Golden Scale Academy had been wearing the school uniform designed by his lord for more than 10 years. The graduation clothes would also be designed by his lord. There was a beginning and an end. Wei Ci knew his lord's aesthetic standards. She would definitely make the students handsome, beautiful, and immortal. Zi Xiao is right. I can design it too. Jiang Pingji thought of the clothes she had seen before and shook her head secretly. They were too ugly. Even if they were designed by the big shots, Jiang Pingji could touch her conscience and say that ugliness was an original sin. She hoped that this batch of students would be handsome, beautiful, and immortal in the annals of history. She wanted future generations to see how good her aesthetic standards were. Hashtag being good or bad is temporary, but being handsome and beautiful is forever. Omega hashtag at that moment, Jiang Pingji's inspiration came. The men's graduation clothes were mainly robes with a round collar. They did not choose the current popular style because the round collar with narrow sleeves would save more fabric. The female's graduation uniform was based on a high-waisted skirt. The sleeves were also chosen to be narrow, and there was an extra top on top. The tip of the skirt was painted with the patterns of mountains, rivers, cranes, and pines and bamboos. The Golden Scale Academy's iconic cloud patterns would definitely not be lacking. Of course, Jiang Pingji also added green willow patterns on the cuffs to symbolize the Lu family. But in the center of the vest, there was a cartoonish round face of an iron-eating beast. Wait! Wei Ci was stunned as he watched. Your Highness, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate, Jiang Pingji said. What's wrong? In the future, this iron-eating beast's face will become a new clan tattoo. To allow the students of the Golden Scale Academy to use the clan emblem that only the royal family could use, how glorious was that for the scholars of this era. This would establish the unique position of the Golden Scale Academy, and at the same time, tie it firmly to the royal family. Jiang Pingji never suffered any losses. She was scheming and her tricks were hard to guard against. Wei Ci was speechless. It was one thing to use this iron-eating beast's face as the emblem of the royal family in his previous life, but he was doing it again in this life. The iron-eating beast is a symbol of power. After all, it's a ferocious beast that followed Qi Yu in his expeditions. Jiang Pingji's words were pure lies. She took a fancy to the iron-eating beast only because it looked too cute. Wei Ci hesitated and said, Then Your Highness, if you tattoo it on the clothes of the students, someone spouted nonsense righteously and sternly, it means that the scholars who graduate will be loyal to the emperor and the country. They will follow Qi Yu like a ferocious beast and will be the pillar of the country. In addition, on this day, they are allowed to wear clothes with the royal family emblem, which further symbolizes that they are the disciples of the emperor. Wei Ci was speechless. I almost believed your words. He realized that even though he had been reborn, his ability to lie through his teeth was still inferior to his lord's. Under Jiang Pingji's strong arguments, she retained her opinion, but the accessories such as hair accessories and waist accessories were made by Wei Ci. He was really worried that his lord would make other messy things. Lu Zheng and his daughter smiled and did not say anything. On the way to Wanzhou, Lu Zheng picked up his wife and son along the way. Wait, haven't you been single until now? When did he stop being single? Because the two lives were different, Wei Ci could not guarantee that Lu Zheng's family had not been destroyed by the butterfly's wings. These days, Lu Zheng had been alone, and there was no mistress in the manor. Wei Ci thought that Lu Zheng was still a single middle-aged man. Lu Zheng said coldly, getting married and having children is an important matter related to the continuation of the family line. Apart from you, who else in the world is still single at this age? Wei Ci was speechless. He took an arrow to the knee _ smiley face angle _ Lu Zheng quickly added insult to injury and sneered, Oh, my lord too. She did not give him a single young lord. There was no young lord at all. It was better to bury this couple. Jiang Pingji, who had been urged to get married all these years, continued to be indifferent. Wei Xiai also pretended to be deaf and mute. Lu Zheng successfully picked up his wife and son. The couple had been separated for a long time. At this time, they had endless things to talk about. They directly left their annoying son to Kong Shintong to take care of. Because the journey to Wanzhou was too far, they would have to spend the New Year's Eve on the way. As the new year was approaching, the teachers in the academy were not as strict with the students' education as usual. The students in the lower grades continued to review the old and learn new things, while the students in the upper grades focused on self-study and discussion. Feng Yi always came to the classroom early. His diligence made the other students in the elite class sigh in admiration. Feng Yi was so hard-working because he felt that he could not keep up with his classmates since he had been suspended from school with the army for 2 years. He needed to work harder. The other students did not want to be overshadowed by Feng Yi, so they put in more effort. For a while, the atmosphere of studiousness was set off in the class, which made the teachers feel gratified. Feng Yi's behavior made the unlucky Sun Lan suffer. The Golden Scale Academy required ordinary students to stay in the dormitory. They could only see their parents once a month in the reception pavilion and return home once every 6 months. The student dormitory was in the Golden Scale Academy. The boys lived in the south of the academy, while the girls lived in the north. They were not allowed to approach the dormitory of the opposite sex without permission. Ordinary students had the advantage of being close to their dormitory when they went to class, but special day students like Feng Yi had to wake up earlier because they lived outside the school. Feng Yi was always able to arrive an hour before the start of the morning reading period. One could imagine how early he got up. Sun Lan had also been suspended from school with the army. He would be compared to Feng Yi in all aspects. He could only laugh bitterly and risk his life to accompany Feng Yi. It's such a cold day. Can't you just laze in bed for a while? When Sun Lan arrived at the classroom, Feng Yi's table was lit by a candle. The area outside the candle was pitch black. The cold wind was blowing and whistling outside the window. Feng Yi was not afraid of ghosts. Feng Yi sat up straight. The morning is the best time of the day. He heard Sun Lan's footsteps approaching. Along with the rustling of clothes, he sat down on the mat beside him. It's too early. Chapter 1752. Every day, I'm under a seal called a blanket. So what if I die of old age? The happiest way to die is to die from the heat in winter. You woke up so early. I have to risk my life to accompany you because of you. Look, I have dark circles under my eyes these days. Sun Lan yawned sleepily and tried to open her eyes. She couldn't help but complain to her friend. Yesterday, I met an acquaintance. He secretly asked me if I was too nymphomaniac. He even advised me to take it easy. No matter how young I am, I shouldn't be so tormented. God has mercy on me. I'm still a virgin. Even though I've been in the army for 2 years, learned a lot of dirty words, and seen a lot of shameless scenes, I still have self-control. Feng Yi smiled and said, just ignore them. Whether to ignore the busybodies who compared the two of them or ignore the acquaintances who misunderstood Sun Lan's innocence, it depends on what the listener thinks. Sun Lan and Feng Yi had known each other for a few years, so she naturally understood. She muttered, gossip is a fearful thing. How can you be so free and easy? Sun Lan couldn't care less about what others said. He could only do his best to do his own thing. Looking at the dark sky outside, Sun Lan rubbed her hungry belly and took out a bun wrapped in a handkerchief from her sleeve. As soon as she opened it, a burst of steam and fragrance came out. Sun Lan took the thermos cup that contained thick meat soup from her waist. This thing was made by her lord. There were 4 layers in total. The innermost layer was made of porcelain, the second layer was made of copper, the third layer was also porcelain, and the fourth layer was made of bamboo to prevent falling. The inner layer could be tightened with a lid to prevent the soup from spilling out, and the outer layer had a bamboo cover. This thing had a thermal function, so it was quite convenient to use. You woke up so early. Have you eaten breakfast? Feng Yi turned a page and said, not yet. Sun Lan said, I have extra here. Do you want to eat some first? Feng Yi smiled, it's not good to eat too much breakfast. Changxing said that she would bring some for me. Sun Lan took a big bite of the bun. Her cheeks were stuffed. She was a little full before she swallowed. How could she not be full after being forced to eat dog food? Wrongly, I heard a rumor. Do you want to hear it? Feng Yi didn't eat, so Sun Lan drank the meat buns and a whole pot of broth. The warm meat buns and broth filled Sun Lan's stomach, and at the same time, made him feel a comfortable warmth spread from inside his body. It was very comfortable. What news? Sun Lan was not a gossipy person. The gossip that he was talking about was definitely not about the Dong or Li family. It was most likely serious news. I heard that the Jinlin Academy has undergone a major change, Sun Lan said. I don't know the details yet. Feng Yi frowned slightly. Was it related to the great changes in the Jinlin Academy? Why didn't he receive any news? Her father hadn't mentioned anything about it, so where did Sun Lan hear this news from? Sun Lan said, didn't I collect homework from my classmates and send it to the teachers a few days ago? Master Yuanjing happened to be there too. He said something to the teachers and asked them to speed up the assessment of the students and teach more practical things. He said that something big would happen in the academy next year. When he went over, Master Yuanjing and the others were almost done talking. He only heard the end of it. No matter what the change was, as a student of the Jinlin Academy, this news was also related to them, so they had to pay attention. Sun Lan said, Grandpa isn't in Wanzhou, and I don't have any elders to talk to. I don't have any connections to ask for information. Feng Yi understood what Sun Lan meant. He said, after school today, I'll ask my father about it. Her father, Feng Zhen, was one of the Lord's important officials. If there was a major change in the Jinlin Academy, there was no reason that he didn't know anything. The two talked for a while. The sky outside gradually brightened, and students arrived at the classroom one after another. They greeted each other in 2s and 3s, took out their books, sat in their seats, and began their morning reading. The Jinlin Academy had a strict schedule. Regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter, the students always entered at the beginning of the day and left at the end of the day. During this period, there was more than an hour for the students to have lunch. In the afternoon, the students entered at the beginning of the day and left at the end of the day. Winter came and went, and there was no exception. The teachers arrived a little later than the students, but not too late. However, it was a little strange today. The morning reading was almost over, but the teacher on duty hadn't arrived yet. Gradually, a few students couldn't sit still. They wondered why the teacher was late and couldn't focus on their books. Could it be that teacher Nia is sick? The teacher who was teaching them was Master Yuanjing's son-in-law. His surname was Nia, his name was Sun, and his courtesy name was Qingyun. He used to be Huang Song's strategist. After Huang Song was defeated, Nia Sun was captured and surrendered. However, he gave up on being an official and turned to education. All these years, he had been helping his father-in-law, Master Yuanjing. After a few years, this extremely good-looking teacher, Nia Sun, had become the most handsome and popular teacher in the Jinlin Academy. In addition to Nia Sun, there was another popular teacher. That teacher was called Qingjing, and it was said that he was also Master Yuanjing's disciple. However, Compared to Nia Sun's outstanding appearance and gentle temperament, Qing Jing was quite strict and unapproachable. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to provoke Qing Jing. If a student made a mistake in Qing Jing's hands, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Therefore, the senior students were more concerned about Nia Sun. If it was Qing Jing's turn to be on duty and didn't come today, not only would the students be worried, but they would also secretly feel lucky. It can't be. Yesterday, I saw the teacher coming back from the girls' class. I greeted him on the way and he seemed to be in good spirits. Being sick isn't something that accumulates over time. Maybe he didn't sleep well last night and caught a cold. The morning reading was almost over, and the students had the guts to gossip in low voices. While they were talking, the student sitting by the window saw a familiar figure and quickly gestured for the students who were talking to shut up. When Nia Sun came over, the students who were whispering were already sitting upright and still, holding the books they had copied by themselves and muttering. No one dared to ask why Nia Sun was late. Nia Sun explained himself first. He wasn't late. He just went to the girls' class to inform them of something. Now it was his turn to teach Class A. When Nia Sun spoke, everyone tacitly stopped the morning reading. More than 50 pairs of eyes looked at Nia Sun. Nia Sun's voice wasn't loud, but the students in the classroom could hear him clearly. In order for all the students to hear what the teacher said clearly, the student seats were arranged in a circle, with a total of 3 circles inside and outside. The teacher was teaching at the podium in the middle. Only some special classes would change the arrangement. What I'm going to say next will affect your future. You all need to listen carefully. When Nia Sun said this, the expressions of many students changed. They were very nervous, but Nia Sun didn't give them any time to digest. He said directly, after careful discussion by Duke Lanting and a few great scholars of the Academy, they all agreed that the Academy can no longer teach you anything more. What? Chapter 1753. Among you, more than 90% of you are the first batch of students accepted when the Academy was established. You have been studying for 12 years. Life is but 100 years, and you have already spent more than 10% of it in the Academy. Nia Sun repeated what he had said several times. His eyes swept across the faces of the young people below, and his lips curled into a faint smile. In life, what we seek is nothing more than fame and fortune. You have studied hard for so many years, and it is finally time to show your ambition. Leave the Academy, there is a wider world. At this time, there was no concept of graduation. Even the aristocratic families couldn't provide more than 10 years of such high quality and systematic education for their children. Basically, they had to learn as long as they lived. But the Golden Scale Academy was established by Jiang. In order to save teaching resources and reduce the teacher's burden, the senior students who had learned well should get lost. No, they should come out and work for her. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating them for so many years? The senior students graduated from the Academy, and the first-grade students took their place. In this way, the leeks could be harvested batch after batch, growing and multiplying endlessly. If the students wanted to further their studies, they could borrow other books from the Golden Scale Pavilion. The headmaster of the Academy could not teach them for a lifetime. This news was like a bolt from the blue to most of the students. They were used to studying in the Academy, and were not ready to leave. Nia Sun told Jiang. Ji meant that graduation was not to drive the students out of the Academy, but to end this stage of study after they had completed their studies in the Academy and met the requirements. At the same time, graduation also meant that their years of study were recognized by the Academy and the famous scholars. They were qualified to use this as capital to promote themselves, and even be recruited by the Lanting Duke. When this news came out, the students' depression, worry, and confusion were swept away. They became high-spirited and excited. Conquer them. Enter officialdom. Didn't they study hard for so many years just to change their original fate? These students were the first batch of students in the Golden Scale Academy. There were 100 male students and 100 female students. Including Feng Yi and some other students who got into the class through connections, there were no more than 210 students in this batch. This batch of students were the orphans of fallen soldiers. To put it bluntly, they were common people. Common people were qualified to study for 12 years, and also qualified to be recruited. It was almost an opportunity to change 18 generations of ancestors. For a moment, all the students were eager to try. They were excited and thought that everyone would be conquered. Ji Yunshu had invested 12 years of manpower, resources, and financial resources. How could she waste them? In the end, Nie Sun's next words sent them from the heaven of excitement into the world of confusion. Those who do not pass the graduation examination will either leave the academy or stay back for a year and continue to participate in the examination with the students of the next level. Everyone, what? There's a test for graduation. Nie Sun said, the graduation assessment is to test the results of your studies in the academy these years. When you graduate from the academy will keep the files of your studies in the academy forever. No matter where you go in the future, you will be a student of the Golden Scale Academy. Each of you represents the academy and is the face of the academy. The academy will not allow students who fail in their studies to go out and ruin the good reputation it has accumulated over the years. Therefore, a graduation test was set up. Only those who passed the test with outstanding results would have the right to graduate and leave. In the future, you will pay. No matter if you are an official, a teacher, or living in a corner, you have to be careful with your words and actions. You can't discredit the academy. He spoke very sternly. The students could feel the power coming from his body and subconsciously became more obedient. The assessment will be set at the end of the first month after the new year. Everyone's expression changed. This time. This was not a chance for people to relax during the new year. Those who passed the graduation assessment can participate in the assessment held by Duke Lanting in May next year. Those who pass can become an official. Nie Sun threw another bomb. Those who compete with you on the same stage are not only your classmates, but also the 85 ladies in the female class and the scholars of the Golden Scale Pavilion. Everyone, don't embarrass the academy. Just do your best. Feng Yi had something to ask. Headmaster, can you tell us the general content of the assessment? Nie Sun said, it will be the 6 arts of a gentleman. There are 6 subjects in total. Everyone, someone said with a trembling voice, the ladies in the female class will also participate. They have also studied hard in the academy for many years. Of course they will participate. Nie Sun sighed in his heart. There should be 100 people in the female class. However, some of the older ones couldn't stand it and chose to marry and have children. Some of them went to the military camp to work hard. The remaining 85 had lost their parents. Their relatives couldn't control them and didn't have the right to decide their souls. These female students also felt that the academy was quieter and safer. They didn't have the thought of marrying, so they stayed in the academy to continue their studies. When Nie Sun said this, everyone wailed in their hearts. There was no other reason. The ladies in the female class were extremely skilled in martial arts. They didn't belong to the category of normal women. Competing with them on the same stage was too much of a bully. However, Headmaster Nie Sun said that the assessment of the 6 arts of a gentleman was etiquette, music, archery, writing, calligraphy, and mathematics. Other than archery and writing, the female class had no advantage in the other subjects. Moreover, as long as it wasn't a face-to-face fight, the results of the male class wouldn't be bad. When they thought of this, everyone's anxious hearts slowly returned to their original place. As long as they didn't fight one-on-one with the ladies in the female class and hurt each other, they still had a chance. Nie soon saw that the students naturally accepted the fact that the ladies would compete with them on the same stage. He was a little shocked. However, he soon figured it out. This batch of students in the Golden Scale Academy had been living in the academy for more than 10 years. They were isolated from the outside world. The education they received was open, and their thoughts were also open-minded. In addition, during the big classes, they often interacted with and compared with the female class students. In their minds, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with women being conquered. If someone belittled them in front of them, they would think that person was being ridiculous. This scene was naturally caused by Jiang Qigong. Ji hoped to see it. It was difficult to change the minds of adults, but it was different for children. In order for you to successfully pass the graduation assessment, your studies will be quite arduous. Please don't complain. After being serious for a while, Nie Sun's tone finally softened. There was a hint of a smile on his face. The students muttered in private. What's the big deal about suffering? It's the big deal if you don't pass the assessment. If they didn't pass the assessment, it meant that the results of their 12 years of study wouldn't be recognized. They would have to repeat the year and take the assessment together with the next cohort. It was too embarrassing. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. They couldn't wait to revise their lessons even in their dreams. #I love learning. Learning makes me happy. The headmasters of the academy were worried that these students would become sick from studying. When the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival began, the headmasters encouraged the students to go out and play for a day or two. Of course, the real reason was Chapter 1754. To the people of Yangzhou, the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival was an event of great significance. Jiang. In the first 2 years after Ji took over Xiangyang district, she organized the Lantern Festival in order to quickly restore the livelihood of the people and encourage them to have hope in life. In the following years, Xiangyang district developed better and better. Hundreds of thousands of people came to live there, and the tradition of the Lantern Festival was preserved. Many smart merchants seized the opportunity and imitated Jika House to organize various promotional events. Not only did it arouse the people's desire to shop, but it also increased their sales. The merchants made a lot of money. When other merchants saw this, they were extremely envious. Soon after, they organized some kind of promotional event to benefit the people during the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival. This was somewhat similar to the Double 11 Chopping Festival in the Salted Fish dimension. Every year before New Year's Eve, these events were held. Some diligent and thrifty people developed the habit of stocking up during the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival. Of course, there were many merchants who participated in the event. Some sold fake goods for personal gain, and some even cheated the common people into buying inferior goods at low prices. There were also those who maliciously used price wars to squeeze the living space of their own kind, thereby dominating the market share. Even Jiang Ji's occupation in her previous life was not related to being a merchant. However, she had come into contact with many people and understood some of the little tricks of the business world. These little tricks were the leftover tricks of the ancestors in her era. However, in this ancient era where business development was still in its infancy, every idea could set off a considerable business storm. In other words, with the advanced business philosophy, even Jiang Ji did not want to be a vassal and fight for the world. As a merchant, she might be able to create a considerable business empire. Therefore, while promoting business development, the Empress Dowager Ji made many rules to restrict merchants. Many of the regulations were inexplicable to the current merchants. However, over time, as Xiangyang district flourished and its economy far exceeded that of ordinary states, some merchants who had been doing business for a long time figured out some clues. They increasingly felt that the Duke of Lanting was unfathomable. Taking one step at a time was not scary. What was scary was taking 10 steps at a time. They could not afford to offend such a big boss. Time to slip away. Out of fear, they repeatedly restrained themselves and the shops under their name, not daring to overstep the boundaries. Others were not as clear-headed as them. Some of them were black-hearted merchants who would resort to unscrupulous means to earn money. Unfortunately, this was Xiangyang district. The regulations regarding merchants, shops, and commodities were detailed and clear. If one was caught, he would be sacrificed to the heavens. There was basically no hope for him to make a comeback. Once they crossed the line, not only would they face a heavy fine and a year in prison, but they would also be banished from Xiangyang City. Their businesses would no longer be able to do business in Xiangyang City. For merchants, it wasn't a big deal if they could use money to avert disaster. The punishment of being banished and unable to do business was severe. Against the merchants, Jiangyu Ji was not lenient when it came to collecting taxes. Of course, merchants could also think of ways to evade taxes, but once they were caught, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Even so, there were still countless businessmen who racked their brains to rent shops in Xiangyang City Market. There were many people and business opportunities in Elephant Sun City. The business environment was good and stable, so there was no need to worry about being robbed by bandits. In the past few years, there had been chaos and chaos. The feudal lords and tyrants had imposed exorbitant taxes and levies, and there were even cases of coercion and robbery. As a result, some merchants had gone bankrupt and were unable to continue their business. Even if there were no feudal lords or tyrants, there were bandits and gangsters. Any shop that wanted to do business would have to pay a high protection fee. Not handing it over. Then they would rush forward and loot all the shops. In comparison, Xiangyang City was a paradise for the merchants. Every New Year's Eve Lantern Festival was their carnival. Some merchants from other places also wanted to come and join in the fun. They booked temporary stalls 1 or 2 months in advance and brought their goods over to sell. They came in high spirits and returned in high spirits. While the merchants were happy, some of the scholars and minor landowning families were unhappy. Scholars, farmers, merchants, and merchants were at the bottom. The Lord of Lanting did not respect the scholars, but instead took care of the merchants. Was there something wrong with his brain? That was what he thought, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, this was Jiang Ji's old nest, her home field. The last person who dared to insult Jiang in public. Those who bad-mouthed Ji were beaten up by her brainless fans on the way home. The most annoying thing about this person was that after he was beaten, he didn't reflect on himself and instead went to report it to the authorities. In the end, the authorities asked about the whole story and generously gave out 7 days' worth of prison meals. For a large clan like the Feng clan, they were very smart and knew how to protect themselves. Why would they rush to make such a stupid statement? Not only did he not oppose Jiang. Instead, Ji found ways to express her goodwill and earned a lot of benefits from it. For example, the clan leader of the Feng clan. The current clan leader of the Feng clan was Feng Xiu, Feng Jin's eldest brother. He used Feng Jin's connections to cut the queue and rented a few of the best shops in the market. The business scope was very wide. At this time, Feng Jin realized that his clan also had a lot of business. Feng Xiu. He couldn't help but complain, "Do you think you grew up eating wind and drinking dew?" There were so many people in the main and side branches of the Feng clan. Even if the clan's resources were tilted to the main branch, the large number of side branches also had a lot of expenses. Their living expenses were not bad, but studying and learning to write were the ones that burned money. All of these needed money. Because of the unregulated business in this era, coupled with the influence of the chain of contempt, the landowning families had shops under their names, but most of them followed the rules. Most of their income still depended on the land. They spent a lot of effort to acquire land because there was money to be made in it. Under the constraints of the family tradition, the Phong clan didn't act so arrogantly, but they still had a lot of land under their name, many of which were accumulated by their ancestors. But what about their second brother and Jiang? Ji was bound to them, and the latter had been suppressing the landowning families. If it was in the past, they could probably kill them by gathering the power of the landowning families. Now, they were getting stronger and the landowning families were being weakened. Phong. The eldest brother frowned and realized that things weren't so simple. He discussed with his father, Phong Ren, in private. He didn't know what they said, but they sold a part of the land at a friendship price. This part of the land eventually went to Jiang. Ji's hands were full of fertile land. To return a plum with a peach, they relied on this favor. They also got a shop in a prime location in the market from Phong Jin at a low price. The Phong clan used to have some shops, but the profit was very low. It was not as much as the income from the land, let alone stable. Phong. They studied the market and made adjustments. In addition, they sold a part of the land to Jiang. Ji's favor in exchange for preferential treatment. The business was booming, and in the end, they even opened their business to the counties around Xiangyang. The annual income was actually several times the dividends from the land. Well, this business was not a loss. Phong Jin was speechless. Since his eldest brother took over the position of the clan leader, he seemed to have opened the door to a strange world. Huai Zhang, are you still not done? Madam's gentle voice came from outside the house. Phong. He responded, yes, I'm coming. Phong. For years after he separated from his first wife, Madame Du, he only remarried when his two legitimate sons reached the age of understanding. He didn't have any resistance towards remarrying. The legitimate sons needed a mother to teach them, and the Phong clan also needed a matron. After a failed marriage and a hysterical wife, he didn't have high expectations for his second wife. Instead, he was full of surprises. Chapter 1755. Why are you dressed so plainly today? Phong Gue came out and saw his wife's light makeup. He was not used to it. The culture in Elephant Sun City was very open. Women's makeup was bright and bright. In recent years, there had been great improvements in the dyeing of fabrics. Bright red and purple colors were no longer something that only wealthy families could afford. Walking on the street, the women's clothes were colorful. Among the shops under the Phong family, those that dealt with women and children were the most profitable. Phong Gue was not a pedantic person. Bright colors were the trend now. Naturally, he would not stop his wife from pursuing the trend. But, ever since she married into the family, she had been cautious. Her jewelry, makeup, and clothes were all plain and old-fashioned. It was fine on a normal day, but it was bustling outside today. It was only right for her to dress up in a festive manner. Phong Gue sent his wife a lot of jewelry and makeup. Unfortunately, she only used them in her room and refused to see anyone. His wife smiled. It's not good to dress too brightly. I'm worried that people will gossip. Phong Gue replied, what's there to gossip about? His wife smiled and did not speak. Phong Gue frowned and remembered that he was married twice. So was his wife. Although Phong Gue was the leader of the Phong family and the Phong family seemed to be in the right position in these troubled times, it was not a problem for them to maintain their former glory. However, he still had a pair of legitimate sons. Moreover, his wife did not die, but he had a peaceful divorce. His biological mother was still alive. With such conditions, even with the halo of his family background, he did not fare well in the marriage market of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families disdained marrying their legitimate daughters. Even if Feng Gue was clean and had no concubines, and his personal conditions were not bad, his daughter would be the mother of his second child. In the future, when they had children, they would have 3 legitimate sons. If they did not inherit the family name, they would be at a disadvantage. Small families would like to have a piece of this pie, but the Feng matriarch had high standards. They could not match up to him. In the end, old Madame Feng's hair was about to turn white from worry. Just when Feng Gue said that he would continue to be single, he actually found a suitable candidate. This candidate was not bad either. His family background was noble. His father was a great scholar and his mother was from a prominent family. At the age of 15, he was engaged to a scholar from an aristocratic family. That's right, Feng Gue knew this scholar. They had been friends since a long time ago. When the scholar got married, Feng Gue had even sent him a congratulatory gift. Unfortunately, this guy was a short-lived ghost. After getting married for less than a month, he wanted to have fun. When he went out for a horse race, he was thrown off his horse and trampled to death. He left behind his beautiful but childless wife as a widow. At that time, the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women was in vogue. She was forced to return to her parents' home because of rumors of her husband's curse. Feng Gue had even gone to the scholar's funeral to offer his condolences and lamented for a few days. He did not expect that after a few years, he would marry his wife. Smiley face angle, no matter what, Feng Gue really liked this madam, especially when he had his first wife as a comparison. What's there to be afraid of? Don't tell me they'll gossip in front of you. I'm afraid they don't know how to spell the word death, said Feng Gue. A few days ago, didn't your mansion purchase a new batch of winter clothes? I think that primrose color is not bad. I remember that you also made 2 new headwear. After all, she was the matriarch of the Feng family. Her wealth couldn't be summed up with the words, having a mine at home. How could she dress as shabbily as a small family? The madam looked at Feng Gue helplessly. In the end, she couldn't argue with him. She went back and changed her clothes. She also changed her makeup. It had to be said that the fresh colors and bright makeup had a great visual impact. Just by standing there, she was eye-catching. While Feng Gue waited for his wife, he played mahjong with his 2 sons. He couldn't help but blame Lanting Gong, Jiang Pingji. She had too many playthings. Speaking of which, wasn't she fighting a war outside? How did she have the time to do these things? Perhaps Feng Gue's wife had been a widow for too long. She couldn't get used to such bright colors, especially when people were looking at her. However, when she saw that the women on the streets were dressed more brightly than her, her nervousness gradually dissipated. The New Year's Eve Lantern Festival was held in the largest markets and business districts in Xiangyang District. Every year, red lanterns would be hung high in front of every house. The street lights were bright and people were weaving in and out. Other than the usual activities such as guessing lantern riddles and drawing colorful lanterns, there were also a variety of new entertainment activities. For example, the official theatrical troupe would put on a stage to perform on that day. Basically, they were all popular and festive plays. One could watch them with a cheap ticket. Of course, the Lantern Festival also included eating and drinking. Under the leadership of Jiang Pingji, the unreliable feudal lord, Xiangyang District was very enthusiastic about the development of delicacies. Although there were some dark dishes, most of them were delicious. They were easy and quick to prepare and were very suitable for roadside stalls. How attractive would the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival be? Along the way, Feng Gue saw many familiar faces. These people were the ones who criticized Jiang Pingji the most. Yesterday, one of them even criticized Jiang Pingji for placing too much emphasis on merchants and putting the cart before the horse. However, although their mouths weren't honest, their bodies were quite honest. Feng Gue greeted the other party from a distance. The other party smiled awkwardly but politely. Even the gentry would come out to join in the fun, not to mention the other commoners. Feng Gue wouldn't imitate the commoners and eat while walking, but he still bought some and found a nearby private room to slowly enjoy his meal. Uncle. Auntie. Feng Gue had just entered the inn with his wife and servants when he heard Changxing's call. Turning his head to look, he saw his second brother, Fingyi, standing beside Changxing. There were also a few other youths who looked either familiar or unfamiliar. Based on their temperament, most likely they weren't commoners. They were probably classmates who were on good terms with the academy. Changxing whispered something to the others and brought Fingyi forward to greet them. "Why don't I see my two cousins?" Feng Gue replied, "They're getting old, how can they still be restrained?" They accepted a friend's invitation to go out and have fun. Although his two sons had been led astray by his first wife, Feng Gue brought them up personally and then threw them into the Golden Scale Academy to train them. In the end, he managed to turn them around. The trauma of their childhood didn't seem to have left any lasting effects on them. Now that they stood out, they were the standard descendants of the Feng family. Feng Gue also heard that his two sons had stayed up all night fighting for the Golden Scale Academy's graduation examination. He felt very gratified. Striking a balance between work and rest was the right way. They had studied too hard recently. Taking advantage of the festival, they should go out and meet their friends and relax a little. Of course, the real reason wasn't known to outsiders. Feng Gue felt that his wife was still young. If he brought his sons out, he was afraid that others would misunderstand as a father bringing his son and daughter-in-law smiley face angle I heard from Brother Rongli that my two cousins have been very tired recently. Uncle should talk to them and tell them not to push themselves too hard. Feng Gue's two sons' talents could only be considered average. They were also the oldest in their cohort, so naturally, they were under a lot of pressure. If they were to be held back, where would the Feng family's reputation go? Feng Gue nodded in agreement. The Feng family had always been like this. When they were young, they held on tightly. When they grew up, they basically didn't care. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a weirdo like Feng Ju. His own sons, he really should show more concern for them. After chatting idly for a while, Feng Gue let Changxing go out and have fun. With an elder by her side, the youngsters wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves. Today was a suitable day to bump into acquaintances. Feng Gue had just started criticizing his third brother, Feng Ju. When he went upstairs, he saw him. Feng Ju and his second brother, Feng Jin, were staring at each other. Chapter 1756. Feng Gue's words were not an exaggeration. Feng Ju seemed to have been avoiding his two elder brothers for the past few years. As long as it was an occasion where Feng Gue and Feng Jin were present, this fellow would never appear. There were some situations where he really couldn't avoid them, so he simply used the excuse of visiting friends and relatives, or simply claimed to be ill and stayed at home. Feng Gue felt that it was pointless. What was the point of the three brothers quarreling like this? Feng Jin thought so too. Was there any obstacle between brothers that could not be overcome? Besides, it was a chaotic world now. It was already not easy for the three of them to survive. Look at the other brothers, they were basically separated by life and death. He had even crossed the threshold of life and death. Was there any contradiction in this world that was more difficult to cross than the difference between life and death? Look at Sir Ching Chang's two sons. The eldest son, Ching Sun, hung himself on the crooked tree that was Su Bei. When Su Bei was defeated, he committed suicide to follow him. Looking at Wei Si's elder brother, Wei Dan, it was said that he treated Wei Si like a brother and a father. Their brotherly relationship was deep, but in the end, he also chose to commit suicide after being defeated. The two brothers, Meng Heng and Nye Sun, were still alive. However, they had fought against each other and plotted against each other to kill each other. After witnessing so many parting of life and death, what knot in his heart could not be untied? Humph. At the end of the day, it was all Huang Song's fault. Back then, Huang Song had abducted Feng Ju right in front of Huang Song. This delay had lasted for more than 10 years. At the thought of this, Feng Jin's hatred for Huang Song deepened. Unfortunately, Huang Song had signed an oath of alliance with Jiang Pingji, which was equivalent to a protective talisman. Feng Jin could not touch him. Feng Ju was still watching from the side. If Feng Jin really made a move, it would be even worse. At the end of the day, Feng Jin had suffered quite a bit because he was afraid of harming the innocent. When Feng Gue came up, Feng Jin and Feng Ju, who had been staring at each other, felt increasingly uncomfortable. It was as if they had not expected to meet under such circumstances. Fortunately, they were still rational. They maintained an awkward but polite smile and stiffly bowed to their elder brother and sister-in-law. Feng Gue coughed lightly. His voice sounded unnatural. Everyone's here today. Indeed, they hadn't even gathered for the new year a few years ago. Feng Gue had thought that they would never see each other again. Did you come out together or did you just happen to bump into each other? Why didn't you bring someone along? What's the point of being alone on such a lively day? The Lunar New Year's Eve Lantern Festival was supposed to be spent with family. If these two left their wives and children at home and went out to enjoy themselves, it would be too much of a jerk. If it weren't for the Feng family's background and the genetic buff, with their EQ, they would have been alone forever. Feng Gue chose a mat and sat down. Feng Jin said, Jing Xian has an appointment with sister-in-law. Jin doesn't like crowds, so I'll wait here. Feng Ju nodded in agreement, but his expression was a little stiff. I see. Feng Gue nodded his head. It looked like his two younger brothers weren't hopeless after all. I heard that younger sister-in-law is busy with government affairs and it's rare for her to have a chance to relax. Third sister-in-law, since you're shopping with her, you must enjoy yourself to the fullest. After all, we're family. We can't distance ourselves from each other. These words were not only directed at Wei Jingxian's sisters-in-law, but also hinted at his two younger brothers to end their childish conflict. Speaking of which, it was strange. The three brothers of the Feng clan usually didn't see each other, but the wives of the three were close friends. However, Wei Jingxian was currently working for the government and didn't have much free time. Instead, it was Feng Gui's wife who was closer to Feng Ju's wife. As soon as Feng Ju finished speaking, the other two brothers agreed awkwardly. Initially, it was Feng Jin and Feng Ju staring at each other. Now, it was the three brothers staring at each other. The air was filled with an atmosphere that made one feel awkward. Feng Gui's wife had been able to maintain a warm smile at first, but under the pressure of the three brothers' awkward auras, she gradually lost her smile. Finally, Feng Gui put on the attitude of an older brother and asked about Feng Jin's recent work situation. No matter how awkward the topic was, it was better than the three of them staring at each other in silence. As the saying goes, an older brother is like a father. When Feng Gui was young, he took good care of his younger brother's studies. It was normal for him to be concerned about work when he grew up. Feng Jin's work was naturally smooth sailing. In the years that Jiang Pingji was at the front lines, he had lived a comfortable life. Without his lord, who would occasionally come up with all sorts of weird ideas to torture the people around her, he would secretly laugh in his bed at night. After speaking about Feng Jin, Feng Gue wanted to show some concern for his youngest brother. Feng Ju was the father of 2 children. Even if it was for the sake of his wife and children, he should reconsider his life. Admittedly, Feng Ju wouldn't starve to death even if he stayed at home. After all, he was still a direct descendant of the Feng family. As his eldest brother, Feng Gue would provide for his family. Even if Feng Gue was unwilling to provide for them, Feng Ju was also a rich man. His private treasury was very rich. It wouldn't be a problem for him to eat and drink until he died. However, Feng Ju was the father of 2 children. Did he really want to set such a decadent image and role model for his children? Feng Ju was still a dead pig that didn't fear boiling water. His eldest brother's words went in one ear and came out the other. He listened attentively and refused to repent. The more Feng Jin listened, the angrier he got. If not for his good manners, he really wanted to give his younger brother a beating and beat the water out of his brain. What kind of bewitching potion did that scoundrel Huang Song feed his younger brother? Huang Song couldn't even turn over a new leaf, yet Feng Ju still wanted to hang himself from this crooked tree. But the reality was, Feng Gue sighed. There's no one else here today. Huijie, why don't you tell me what you think? Why would you rather waste your time than pull yourself together? Feng Ju said, how can you know the happiness of a fish if you're not a fish? You're not me, how can you know what I'm planning? Feng Gue and Feng Jin stared at their younger brother with a death stare. Such a troublesome younger brother, they should just beat him to death. Feng Jin suppressed his anger. What kind of plans do you have now? Must you learn from Qing Jing and become a teacher in the academy? Is it better to teach and educate people? Although Qing Jing was also unwilling to become an official, he was unwilling to do so for himself and his fellow disciples from the same sect as Langia. He wasn't wasting his time teaching in the academy either. Every day, he was enriching himself with learning. On the other hand, what about Feng Ju? Feng Jin hoped that his younger brother would go and teach as well. But on second thought, his children would also be studying in the academy in the future. If they really let Feng Ju, this traitorous scammer, teach them, that would really be misleading their children. Feng Jin was a kind and honest person. He couldn't bring up such an unkind suggestion. In the face of his 2 older brothers' threat of, if you don't tell us the truth, we'll gang up on you and beat you up, Feng Ju finally compromised a little. His eyes darkened and he let out a sigh. One look and it was obvious that this was the prelude to a long speech. There are some things that you don't know. It's not that I don't like Lu Shi, I'm just a little confused. What confused? Feng Jin wasn't going to listen to his youngest brother's nonsense. This fellow spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun. He followed Huang Song everywhere. Was there any place in the entire Xiangyang district that they hadn't wandered? Not to mention Xiangyang district, they had wandered the entire Wanzhou. Feng Jin had never seen such an impudent defeated feudal lord. Confused. He thought that Feng Ju was feigning ignorance. I'm thinking, is this person Lu Shi or someone else? Feng Jin and Feng Gue were prepared to answer their younger brother's doubts. They didn't expect to hear this. That's it. That's it. Feng Ju spread his hands and said, that's it. That's it. Feng Jin was speechless. Chapter 1757. Feng Ju's desire to live was still very strong. Faced with the death stares of his 2 brothers, he revealed a little of the content. In the end, it stemmed from a dream. What dream? Feng Jin suppressed his anger. This mischievous child had always believed that man could conquer nature. He did not believe in feudalism at all. As long as it was related to numerology, he had always been dismissive. Why was he talking about a dream now and being confused for a long time? Feng Ju said, a dream related to Lu Shi. Feng Jin held his breath. He was afraid that his brother would say something profane. What good could come from a grown man dreaming of another woman? If it was any other woman, it would not be a problem even if they had a dream. However, it was different when the other party was his lord. It was as serious as the beginning of the investiture of the gods, where King Zhou, or to be precise, Emperor Xinzi wrote obscene poems about Nuwa. Of course, since it was a romance, it was a made-up story. Even though it was full of flaws and bugs, the plot was good and the content was novel. Feng Jin was still a fan of the novelist's book. He would always catch up on the latest chapter. King Zhou took liberties with Nuwa and destroyed the Shang dynasty. If Feng Ju revealed his dream about Jiang Pingji, the Feng family would probably be devastated. Fortunately, this mischievous child was not so insensible. Nonsense. Feng Ju said, it's very strange. The Lu Shi in the dream was not called Lu Shi. Her surname was Jiang and her name was Peng. She was called Pingji. Hearing this beginning, Feng Jin felt a little hopeless. Had her younger brother read too many romance stories in the novelist's novels? What he thought about in the day was what he dreamed about at night. How could he possibly have an earth-shattering romance with goddesses with all kinds of personas? Yes, there were such stories in the market. Even though the goddesses had various personas and there was no innuendo, it could not change the core. The domineering queen fell in love with the stubborn, kind, intelligent, and virtuous scholar, Tom Su. Feng Jin still did not understand how this kind of rubbish romance passed through Wei Si's review. Could it be because of resonance? Feng Gui said nonchalantly, it's just a dream. Feng Ju said, was it really a dream? It's too real. Everything I've experienced in my dream is as distant as the clouds in the sky, yet it's within reach. Feng Gui asked, what's the specific content? Do you want to look for Master Yuanjing to ease your mind? Feng Ju said, that Jiang family and the current Lu Shi, their temperaments are similar, but also different. Their appearance is similar, and their background is the same, but it shouldn't be like this. Even though there are only a few fragmented scenes in the dream, I feel very different. Feng Ju had only had that dream once. Even though it was only once, the details of the dream were deeply engraved in his mind. It was completely different from his usual dreams. It was this uniqueness that caught Feng Ju's attention. He was so bored that he began to analyze the difference between dreams and reality. The more he analyzed, the more confused he became, and the more confused he became, the deeper he sank into the mire. At the same time, he also discovered many things that he had never discovered before. For a period of time, he almost couldn't tell the difference between reality and dream. Before sorting out these messy things, it was impossible for him to become an official, not for anything else, but because he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Even if he did, he didn't know if he had the courage to become an official. In his dream, he met Madame Jiang. In a fit of pique, he ran away from home and encountered a predicament. He entered a bandit's lair and met the bandit leader, Madame Jiang. In his dream, Madame Jiang was a bandit, and she had the air of a bandit. She often killed people with a sneer. In order to save his life, Feng Ju could only change his name to Feng San and become her incompetent advisor for a few months. Smiley face angle, in the dream, he was quite rational at first. Later, he didn't know what was wrong with him. After drinking a few bottles of wine, he heard that the other party was going to do something big and overturn the universe. His blood surged, and he shouted that he would use force to cut off the focus of this chaotic world. To sum it up, the two of them drank for a whole night and roared at the moon like crazy people. No, that was crazy. From the perspective of a third party, Feng Zhu clearly saw the hidden shrewdness in Madame Jiang's eyes after he changed his name to Feng San in the dream. Wake up! This guy knew Feng Zhu's identity from the beginning and deliberately dragged him into a trap. Because the dream was seriously fragmented, Feng Zhu could only sort out a general direction. They became close friends by chance, but they were destined to go astray. When he saw Madame Jiang wearing the fur coat that represented the emperor and wearing the 12 crowns on her head to ascend to the throne, Feng Zhu could also feel the excitement and joy in his heart. It was as if all the depression that had been squeezed in his chest had been released, and his heart was surging. However, this was not a fairy tale. It was impossible for it to stop abruptly at the most beautiful moment. As Madame Jiang ascended to the throne and took control of the world, the two of them, who used to talk about everything, still had a disagreement. The source of the disagreement was the Feng family, or rather, the topic of scholars and commoners. Looking at himself in the dream, Feng Zhu was a little stunned. It turned out that he also had such a side to him. After some fragmented scenes appeared, Feng Zhu finally understood why he was so protective of the Feng family in the dream. Feng Zhu was the only one left in the direct line of descent of the Feng family. He had no right to be willful and could only carry the entire direct line. For the interests of the Feng family, he argued with the emperor and did things that he once thought he would never do. Gradually, the decades of friendship were exhausted. The Feng family lost 2 elder brothers, and the Feng Zhu in the dream became the person he once hated the most. It was hard to say whether the emperor had let down the Feng Zhu in the dream, or Feng Zhu had gone against the original intentions of the two of them. According to the dream, the cause of the death of the 2 elder brothers seemed to be indirectly related to the emperor and himself. Well, it was probably when they were vying for the throne. This was also the reason why Feng Zhu was unwilling to face his 2 elder brothers all these years. 1 was enough to make him feel guilty, but 2 was simply a critical hit. Feng Jin could not help but complain. You took the dream seriously. Feng Zhu said uncertainly, the dream is too real. Maybe, there really is a past life, this life, and karma. According to the fragmented dream, the Jiang family and Lu Shi had a common characteristic. They were not outstanding before the age of 12, but after the age of 12, they amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Each of them was more troublesome than the other. The Lu Shi he knew was still okay, but the Jiang family in the dream was really out of line. She became a bandit and rose to the throne. She even shot her biological father at the city gate, yet, such a rebellious character, it seemed to be more in line with the brat Feng Zhu's taste. Cough, this was not the point. The point was that Feng Zhu asked the master if there was a possibility of possession. In the end, the master rolled his eyes at him, pointed to the sky, and said, "A noble son has fallen from heaven. Mortals do not speak of heaven's secrets. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble." That meant it was possible. However, there was no proof. Feng Zhu could only keep this secret and let it rot. Possession by demons and ghosts was called mischief, but how could it be called possession by a noble son sent by heaven? It was King destiny. Feng Zhu vaguely mentioned the relationship between himself and the Jiang family in the dream. Feng Jin gave him a look. If it was really a past life, wouldn't Feng Zhu be in a hurry to become an official? What are you blabbering about? The two of them continued their predestined relationship. What a good plot in a novel. Feng Zhu could not help but sigh. Lu Shi is not the Jiang family. The Feng Zhu in the dream was the first white moon of the Jiang family. They were fair-weather friends. The Lu Shi in reality. This woman was too sentimental. Chapter 1758. What do you mean by Lu Shi is not part of the Jiang family? Feng Gue had the illusion that he was going bald from worry. His brother's illness seemed to have worsened. He went straight to the point and asked, "Why Jie, tell me, what exactly do you think of the Duke of Lanting?" Feng Ju himself could not explain it clearly. Rationally, he was more inclined towards Huang Song. Even if Huang Song had already been defeated and lost his lofty ambitions, he and Feng Ju had been friends for more than 10 years, and they still maintained contact even now. On the other hand, Feng Ju was not familiar with the current Duke of Lanting, Lu Shi, let alone his position in Feng Ju's heart. However, when he recalled that frighteningly realistic dream, the usually decisive Feng Ju became uncertain again. The Feng Ju in the dream had initially given his all for the Jiang family. That dedication was even greater than what he felt for the current Huang Song. A ridiculous dream could actually have such a huge impact on Feng Ju. The Duke of Lanting is naturally good. If he ascends to the throne in the future, he will definitely create an unprecedented prosperous dynasty. As Feng Ju said this, fragmented scenes from the dream surfaced in his mind. The dynasty under the rule of the Jiang family was indeed very prosperous. The current Duke of Lanting, Lu Shi, would naturally be able to achieve that. However, there are some things that I can't explain clearly. Isn't it not bad now? When Feng Gue heard this, he really wanted to open a hole in his brother's head and open it up to see what kind of trash was inside. What did he mean by, "Isn't it bad now"? What the hell? How was it not bad? Did he mean that he would stay at home all day and live off his parents and family? The Feng family had used a lot of resources to nurture him. They didn't expect him to be extremely powerful, but he couldn't just stay at home and live off his parents, right? Oh, old Master Feng Ren had even retired. Currently, Feng Ju was living off his eldest brother, Feng Gue. When Feng Gue thought about how he had to take care of his youngest brother's family while he was busy with family affairs, he felt terrible. It would be very embarrassing if word got out. The third son of the Feng family had been known as a child prodigy since he was young, but after he grew up, he became mediocre. Did Feng Ju want to become a classic example of what people said, growing up is not necessarily good? Since it's so good, why are you still? Don't tell me you still think that Huang Bogeo can make a comeback. Feng Jin's eyes were sharp. It was as if Feng Ju dared to nod, he would chop Huang Song with a knife and let his corpse lie on the street. As an introverted brother complex, Feng Jin had never liked Huang Song back then. Even if Huang Song tried to please him, he would not budge. Now, he hated Huang Song even more. Feng Ju was shocked and hurriedly said, "Elder brother, what are you talking about? If these words reach the ears of the Duke of Lanting, Bogeo will be in trouble." Huang Song had already given up. If Jiang Pingji became suspicious because of Feng Jin's words, that would be a tragedy. Feng Jin frowned and looked at his youngest brother with a pained expression. "You are a beautiful woman, yet you follow a thief." Huang Song was a scumbag, okay? Feng Ju did not know that his second brother was imagining so many things, so he had no choice but to lie. Now is not the time. Look, this excuse is exactly the same as the one Qing Jing used back then. Feng Jin asked, "When is the time?" Feng Ju was quick-witted and immediately thought of a way to cover up the lie. With a solemn expression, he said, "I was unwilling to become an official in the past because of my old friendship with Bogeo. Moreover, I did not have much contact with the Duke of Lanting, so I planned to wait and see. Now I am still unwilling, because I am worried about something." Both of his brothers had brother complex filters. They did not see that Feng Ju was prevaricating. Instead, they asked him with a serious face. "What are you worried about?" Feng Ju said, "You are highly regarded by the Duke of Lanting, and you have a youthful friendship." Feng Jin interrupted him. "If it is because of this, you don't have to worry. Will you and I care about this?" He thought that Feng Ju said this because he was worried that the two brothers would have a conflict in the future. They were of the same clan and had deep feelings for each other. They should support each other instead of opposing each other. That is not what I mean. I am saying that you are highly regarded by the Duke of Lanting. If he wants to recommend me to become an official, he can do it at any time. There is no hurry. Feng Ju shook his head and denied Feng Jin's words. He said, "I am worried that the Duke of Lanting's actions in the future will go against the original intentions of the Feng family. If that is the case, when the time comes, it will be too late for you to retreat. Why should I get involved in this mess? It is better to wait and see first. When the situation has stabilized, I will see what her intentions are. I am not in a hurry to become an official." According to the dream fragment, the Feng Ju in the dream had indeed walked a different path from the emperor. Feng Jin vaguely knew what his younger brother was talking about. He frowned. At this moment Feng Gue spoke. "I will take care of the family matters. Why do you need to worry about it?" When Feng Gue said this, he exuded the aura of an elder. Not only was he the elder brother of his two younger brothers, he was also their clan leader. How the family would develop in the future and what path to take were Feng Gue's worries. At the moment, it was not his two younger brothers' turn to overstep their bounds. Feng Gue was afraid that if he spoke too harshly, his two younger brothers would misunderstand and become distant from him. He added, "As long as I am around, the Feng family will not make things difficult for you. Unless there was an irreconcilable conflict between the survival of the family and his two younger brothers, Feng Gue would always support his younger brothers in their endeavors. He was the elder brother, the clan leader, and most importantly, their backing." When Feng Ju heard these words, a warm current flowed through his heart. It was as if this promise had transcended the barriers of time and space and was as precious as crossing mountains and rivers. He could not help but think of Feng Ju in his dream. That white-haired Feng Ju had sighed more than once. If his two elder brothers were still alive, they would not have reached this stage. Feng Ju was intelligent, but he was not suited to be the leader of the Shi clan. His personality was also not that sophisticated. He was unable to find a balance between the emperor and the Shi clan. If it had been Feng Gue, with this elder brother's temperament and methods, the Feng family would have been able to remain calm regardless of the storm outside. "Big brother," Feng Ju's voice was slightly muffled. That call was dragged out and sounded like he was acting coquettishly. Feng Gue did not fall for this. With a cold expression, he asked, "What other concerns do you have? Tell me all at once." Feng Ju, "Wait a minute, now was not the time to be touched. The last one is a little hard to say, it's not convenient to elaborate." Feng Ju revealed a rare look of embarrassment. Feng Gue and Feng Ju's alarm went off. Wait a minute, what the hell was this look of a young man in love? Feng Jin's mind immediately imagined the scene of his younger brother being pressed onto the ground and ravaged by Wei Ci while his lord cheered him on from the side. Hence, Feng Jin said very sternly, "Huijie, no matter how willful you are, there is a limit. You have a family, you must not do anything that will ruin the family's reputation." Was he courting death? He had a wife, a son, and a daughter, yet he dared to cheat on his lord mentally. Did he think of his lord as a lowly person? If Feng Ju dared to have such thoughts, Wei Ci did not have to do anything. Feng Jin would first beat his younger brother to death and bury him on the spot so that his mother could give birth to another one. Feng Ju. He only wanted to be friends with Lanting and get to know each other better. How was that ruining the family's reputation? Chapter 1759. After making such an embarrassing mistake, Feng Ju's strong desire to live came into play. He was just short of patting his chest and explaining to his two brothers that he had no romantic feelings for Jiang Pingji. Not to mention him, even Feng Ju in the dream only regarded the Jiang clan as a monarch and close friend, okay? Regardless of whether it was the Jiang family in his dream or the Duke of Lanting in reality, both were powerful figures worthy of respect. He only admired and yearned for powerful figures. He would never blaspheme them with the narrow-minded feelings of a man and a woman. Even if the dream was very fragmented, Feng Ju could feel that in the dream, he regarded the Jiang family as his only close friend and deity. He could not wait to worship them, so how could he have the delusion of being an ordinary person? No man in this world would have the guts to be lovey-dovey with her and have children with her, okay? Feng Ju was so sure that he managed to calm his two brothers down. If there's a chance in the future, I'll recommend you to the Lord. Don't let me down. It's rare for us to gather together today, and it's so lively outside. Let's not talk about these serious matters. Seeing that Feng Ju's expression did not look too good, Feng Gue took the opportunity to change the topic. Huayu, just now I saw Changxing and the kid from Feng Zisher's family downstairs, do you know about it? Her brother was an introverted and dull sibling complex. At the same time, he was also a misogynist. Changxing was raised in Feng Jin's arms. He didn't get close to his legitimate son. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed, and the child was about to get married. This time, it was Feng Jin's turn to scowl. He said, "A grown girl can't be kept at home. She's already engaged, so let them do as they please." Feng Go smiled and said, "Although Feng Zisher isn't much, his only son is excellent." His family background was a little poor, but he treated Changxing well, and the elders had nothing to say. In the Feng clan, other than the Feng clan, which had high requirements for family background, the other branches had even higher requirements for character, appearance, talent and knowledge. Feng Jin seemed to have thought of something and his lips curled into a smile. "That's true." Feng Ju said, "Perhaps Big Brother doesn't know this, but the children of Feng Zisher's family are indeed interesting, and quite to my liking." Feng Gue was speechless. It would have been fine if his youngest brother hadn't mentioned it, but the moment he did, he was stunned. How could Feng Yi be a gentleman if the brat, Feng Ju, said something to his liking? Feng Ju added, "Just now, that child made a promise to Changxing. If Feng Zisher knew about it, he would probably go crazy from anger." Feng Gue asked, "What promise?" Feng Ju said, "I don't know what Changxing said to his friend, but the kid from the Feng family said that when the two of them have children in the future, the boy will take his father's surname and the girl will take her mother's surname. Nowadays, other than women's families or those who marry into the family, no one else would let their children take their mother's surname. Although it was said that the daughter had to follow her mother's surname, outsiders would still gossip and say that Feng Yi had married into the family of someone of a higher status." Feng Jin said, "A few kids who don't know their place." Although the current atmosphere was more open and there was nothing wrong with a man and a woman getting along with each other, the two of them were shameless enough to talk about this before they were even married. "I don't know where Changxing heard about double households. She told Rongli that she wanted to have her own household after she got married. Later, she said that it was meaningless to be the head of a single household, so Rongli promised his daughter to follow her mother's surname. Most importantly, he had not married his daughter off yet. These two scoundrels were already discussing whether they would have a boy or a girl in the future and what the child's surname would be. Feng Jin could not help but reflect on where his family's education had gone wrong. How could they have raised such a bold daughter? Feng Gue laughed. "Children's words carry no harm. It was obvious that Feng Gui did not take the matter seriously. Instead, he took it as a joke. Little did he know that the two youngsters were serious. As a loyal brother, Feng Yi could not let the unlucky Sun Lan fight alone. He should at least show some support. As a student taught by the Golden Scale Academy, Feng Yi did not have the bad habit of despising women or clinging to the family line. After all, the environment in which they grew up was relatively isolated. The academy isolated them from the outside world's influence. Whatever the Golden Scale Academy taught them, they learned it. Coincidentally, Changxing was joking with him, so he agreed to it. However, some ugly things had to be said first. It was difficult for his family to continue the family line. If there was only one daughter in the future, she might have to change her surname back to Feng. Feng Yi was young, but his thoughts were very mature. He would definitely be able to fulfill the promise he made. Changxing laughed and pounced on him. In that case, I've profited greatly. Feng Yi caught it. How so? Changxing replied, I had good taste when I was young. I picked a good man that was 1 in a million. Young aristocratic girls of the same age were married off blindly by their parents. But she was very lucky. Other than the 2 years when Feng Yi left to follow the army, she could see him every day. If they had not settled on this earlier, who knew how popular Feng Yi would be now? Feng Yi also said, in that case, I should be the luckiest. When the two youngsters had enough of being clingy, Feng Yi received her father's black face. You unfilial son. Feng Zhen's face was as black as a sheet. Halfway through, he met Feng Jin. When he heard that his son had promised his granddaughter to someone else, he felt a pain in the ass. Feng Yi jumped to avoid her father's attack. Father, why are you so angry? Feng Zhen asked if what Feng Jin said was true. Feng Yi nodded without hesitation. Feng Zhen gritted his teeth and said, You're really promising. Feng Yi did not reply. Feng Zhen continued, Aren't you afraid that someone will criticize you in the future and say that you married into the family? Their mouths are on their faces. How can a son control them? Feng Yi said, Unless father doesn't agree. No one knew that as the future imperial censor, Feng Yi would be lucky if he did not find people to criticize. Who would dare to criticize him in private? Feng Zhen was furious. He was not a pedantic person. If he had a grandson, it would not be unacceptable for his granddaughter to take her mother's surname. After all, the Feng family was a large family. If she took the surname Feng, her future marriage background would be more powerful. The problem was, what if I only have one daughter? Feng Zhen's health was not good, and Feng Yi was born weak and sickly. It was hard to say whether it would be difficult to have children. Feng Yi smiled and said, Changxing is not unreasonable. If I only have one daughter, I will change my surname back. Feng Zhen, what were the brains of the youngsters these days thinking? Feng Yi continued, if father is really worried about the family line in 100 years, why not have another child with mother while you're still young? Feng Zhen's face darkened. He wanted to punch his own son. How could he tease his father's son like this? How could he have children so easily? How could Feng Yi be the only child? Just as the father and son were stabbing each other's hearts, hurried footsteps came from outside the room. It was Wan Xiu, Er's maid. Master, Lang Jun, it's bad. Madam has fainted. Not only that, they also found some brown on Wan Xiu, Er's lower body. But according to the time, it was not yet time for her monthly cycle. What? The father and son did not care about anything else. They hurriedly called the doctor over. The doctor's expression was solemn. After feeling the pulse for a long time, he shook his head and changed to another method. Fengzhen and his son were frightened. After a long time, Fengzhen was so anxious that he was sweating. The doctor withdrew his hand and asked the maid about Wanxiu's period. After a long time. Chapter 1760. What do you mean I can't feel her pulse for now? Fengzhen almost went crazy when he heard the word pregnant, but the doctor's next words hit him hard. No one would complain about having too many children. After so many years, he was a father again. He was both happy and nervous, not knowing what to do. Poor medical knowledge told Fengzhen that a woman's slippery pulse was pregnancy. The doctor said he couldn't feel her pulse, but then said she might be pregnant. He was confused. The slippery pulse is smooth, like a pearl rolling on a jade plate. The doctor had a good temper and explained patiently, usually, if a woman's pulse is slippery and she is not sick, then she is most likely pregnant. But slippery pulse only appears around 2 months of pregnancy, and it can't be felt if the month is too early. I asked the maids and learned that your wife's monthly letters are always on time, never late or early. But this month's letter was a few days late. There was some brown blood on her lower body, but it didn't seem like a monthly letter. So I concluded that she might be pregnant, but the month is too early and she is tired, so there are signs of miscarriage. To be safe, you should rest in bed for the next few days and drink something to protect the fetus. After a few days, we'll see if your wife's letter comes. The doctor didn't say too much, only saying it was possible. The slippery pulse couldn't be the only indicator of pregnancy, because a man full of qi and blood could also feel it. Fengzhen's brain stopped working and he stood there blankly. If the letter comes in a few days, the doctor said, then it's not pregnancy. I will come again to feel your pulse and prescribe some medicine for your wife. A woman's letter cannot be ignored. If it ends too early or is messed up, it will easily cause the yin and yang in the body to be out of balance, causing puffiness, premature aging, and even a decrease in lifespan. Fengzhen's mind was a mess after hearing this. Then is she pregnant or not? Feng Yi couldn't stand it anymore. Regardless of whether she is or not, let the doctor prescribe her medicine first. After all, if they didn't take good care of her, they might lose their long-awaited child. Fengzhen was enlightened by his son and hurriedly said to the doctor, yes, yes, yes. Quickly prescribe the medicine, the best medicine. The doctor was used to big storms and didn't take Fengzhen's loss of composure to heart. When prescribing the medicine, Fengzhen avoided his son, Feng Yi, and asked the doctor in a low voice. My wife had a child in the past, but she was tricked by a scoundrel into drinking a poisonous substance that caused her to have an abortion. Her vitality was greatly damaged, which worsened her condition of having a cold womb. If she really is pregnant this time, will it harm her body? Fengzhen's brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was hesitating about something. It was true that Fengzhen hoped for his legitimate son, but he also didn't want anything to happen to Wanxiu. If he was really obsessed with having children, he wouldn't have only had Feng Yi for so many years. Your wife's body is indeed weaker than ordinary people, but it's not a problem for her to be pregnant. When I took your pulse just now, I found that the cold air in your wife's body was almost completely removed. It should have something to do with the years of meticulous care and recuperation. However, the doctor paused for a moment. Fengzhen asked, but what? Don't keep me guessing. However, if I really get pregnant this time, I must keep it. A woman having a miscarriage is very harmful to her body and vitality, especially when your wife has accidentally eaten something poisonous. If she were to have another miscarriage, her body and bones might not be able to bear it. If she can't keep this child, the chances of having another child in the future are very slim. On the other hand, if she can successfully give birth and recuperate well after the birth, it can eliminate the hidden dangers in her body. Hearing the doctor say this, Fengzhen's anxious heart calmed down a little. What happened to me? Wan Xiao wanted to sit up after she woke up, but before she could do anything, Fengzhen pushed her back down. The doctor said that your old illness is acting up again. You have to rest in bed for the next few days and rest well. You can't get up as you please. Fengzhen didn't say what the doctor had guessed. He didn't want to rejoice for nothing and make Wan Xiao feel bad. It was better to wait for her body to recover and confirm her pregnancy. Wan Xiao said, before I fainted, I did feel tired all over. Did the doctor say if it was serious? Fengzhen said, as long as you rest well, it won't be serious. I will send people to keep an eye on you for the next few days. No matter how important it is, you have to put it aside for now. Wan Xiao smiled and said, it's already the new year. How can I miss out on the social interactions between families? Fengzhen frowned. That's not right. Your husband is right in front of you. How can he let you worry about these things? She was doubting his ability. Wan Xiao realized that the people around her had a strange attitude towards her. Fengzhen, on the other hand, had his eyes glued to her body. Even if she made a big movement, he would turn pale with fright. Feng Yi, that child, greeted her every morning through the door. She kept asking about her health, whether she had an appetite today, and if there was anything she wanted to eat. Needless to say, the maidservants who served her were even worse. Wan Xiao was speechless. She seemed to smell a conspiracy. It was as if everyone around her knew a common secret, but she was the only one keeping it from her. Could it be that she had contracted some kind of terminal illness and was about to die? Was that why Fengzhen and his son were so paranoid? Wan Xiao lay on the mattress for a few days. Her body felt weak. After a few more days, she was finally allowed to sit for a while. Could it be that I really have contracted an incurable disease? Wan Xiao's heart sank. She never thought that she could be pregnant. The trauma left by that incident was too great. The child she had longed for so long had only been in her belly for 2 months before her birth father forced her to abort her. The doctor told her that it would be difficult for her to have another child in this lifetime. Wan Xiao tried to nurse her body and tried to give Fengzhen one, but nothing happened. After the new year, Feng Yi didn't stay at home anymore. She moved to the dormitory in the Golden Scale Academy. Fengzhen didn't agree. The dormitory in the academy was good for ordinary people, but it couldn't compare to home. Feng Yi smiled and said, son, you have to focus on preparing for the graduation exams. Even if you don't get first place, you have to be in the top 3. That's a double blessing. What double blessing? Of course, it meant that he did well in the exams and his mother's pregnancy was stable. Father, I'll leave mother in your care. Feng Yi was worried. Her father was very attentive to work, but he was careless when it came to family and personal life. When Fengzhen heard this, he said, a real man must keep his word. If he doesn't do well, he should repent in front of his ancestors. In the past, he only had one precious child. He couldn't hit, punish, or scold him. Now that he had a new successor, he could do whatever he wanted. Before the first month passed, the doctor came again. Fengzhen's muscles were tense, and his forehead was covered in sweat. How is it? The doctor cupped his fists and congratulated. Congratulations, sir. Your wife is already 2 months pregnant. Her pulse is strong and her pregnancy is stable. Fengzhen was mentally prepared, but he was still overjoyed. Wan Xiao was dumbfounded. What? She's pregnant. Chapter 1761. Subconsciously, she placed her hand on her flat abdomen. Tears gathered in her eyes, and after a while, tears rolled down her cheeks. She had already given up hope. She didn't expect God to give her such a big surprise. My wife. My good wife. Feng wanted to hug Wan Xiu, but stopped halfway. He retracted his hand, afraid that he would break this porcelain doll. Feng Yi received the news and rushed back. She didn't see her mother, but saw her father sitting in the corridor. I've given up Hanshi powder for many years, but now I'm craving it. But I can't touch it, so I got a few jars of wine. Feng Zhen saw his son and pointed at the mat beside him, indicating for him to sit down and drink with him. Son, there's a new heir in the Fengs. Feng Yi smiled. Congratulations, father. Feng Zhen drank the wine and reeked of alcohol. He didn't dare to enter the room and suffocate Wan Xiu. He could only wait outside, suppressing the joy in his heart. When he spoke, his hands and feet were trembling. It was clear how excited he was. He used both hands to rub his cold face to calm himself down. He slowly descended from the clouds of joy to the earth. After half a jar of wine, Feng Zhen's face was stained with a drunken flush. When I first confirmed that your mother was pregnant, I was ecstatic and relieved at the same time. Feng Zhen's way of educating his son was more modern. It was completely different from the traditional way of education. As a result, he was very close to his son and there was nothing he couldn't say. Father's body looks healthy, but I failed terribly when I was young. If I have a younger brother or sister, I'll have to, Feng Yi said. Father, you're in your prime. It's too early to talk about this. Feng Zhen smiled. It's not early. You're getting married soon. How can I not accept my old age? The father and son were quiet for a while. Feng Zhen suddenly brought up an old story. Do you know about Hanshi powder? Feng Yi nodded. I do. The headmaster of the academy said that this is harmful. Although it can treat cold illnesses, it has a huge side effect. It's not good to use it often. Feng Zhen said, this was once popular among the aristocrats. I was addicted to it for a while, but was forced by the Lord to quit. The feeling of quitting Hanshi powder was not good. The process was like thousands of worms biting into the bones. Without perseverance, one wouldn't be able to persevere. Father too. Feng Yi asked, how did father survive? Feng Zhen smiled and said, this is partly due to the Lord's various methods, but it is also due to your efforts. Sons. Feng Zhen said, when I was trying to get rid of the Hanshi powder, I was in so much pain that I wanted to die. There were a few times where I was struggling between illusion and reality. In my days, I even thought that I was using that thing and I was walking on air. Until, it seemed to be the butler's voice beside my ear that the Lang Jun had passed away. The first Lang Jun had passed away. Feng Yi was surprised. Wasn't he the first Lang Jun of the Feng mansion? Feng Zhen said. I don't know how much time had passed, but the wonderful taste of the Hanshi powder slowly wore off. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the entire residence was decorated with white mourning clothes. There was a coffin in the mourning hall and you were lying inside. The housekeeper said that first Lang Jun saw that I was unconscious after taking the Hanshi powder. He mistakenly thought that something had happened and hurriedly went to look for me. However, he accidentally stepped on the green moss and slipped into the pond. After catching a cold, he passed away. That was the most crucial and painful time to abstain from Hanshi powder. Even with Jiang Pingji's help, Feng Zhen still couldn't bear it. He was in so much pain that he couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion. He mistook the hallucination of Feng Yi's death as reality. When he successfully abstained from Hanshi powder and his mind was clear, he then realized that his son was still alive and well. Feng Yi said, "Isn't your son living well in front of you, father?" Feng Zhen smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "Yes, in the blink of an eye, the skinny and weak little boy from back then is going to have a family and a career." Feng Yi said, "Not only can father see your son settle down and start a career, but you also have to plan for your younger brother or sister's marriage in the future. How hard is it to plan? Look around and see which family's boy or girl is suitable and learn from you to abduct one." Look, Feng Zhen didn't have to worry about Feng Yi's marriage. The daughter-in-law he married was the best. This was called capability. He was more capable than his father. Feng Yi smiled and said, "What if it's the one who was abducted?" Feng Zhen said, "Remember to support your sister. If anyone dares to bully her, just beat them up." Many years later, when he recalled this conversation, he was slapped in the face. Both of his faces were slapped swollen. Whether it was his future daughter-in-law or his daughter-in-law's mother, not to mention Feng Yi, even Feng Zhen didn't dare to say no in front of them. What a heartless world it is. Hashtag as the saying goes, people are in high spirits when they encounter happy events. Feng Zhen was beaming with joy and was in a good mood the whole day. Has Feng Longzi changed his mind? Su Ke teased. Feng Zhen's recent behavior was getting closer to his future in-law, Feng Jin. He was as gentlemanly as he could be. Feng Zhen smiled and said, "You're going to be a father. You should set a good example for your children." Su Ke said, "Isn't your wife still pregnant?" It was too early to set a good example. Feng Zhen said, "It's not early anymore. Children can sense the outside world while still in their mother's womb. That's what Rongli taught them in the past. The results are excellent." Su Ke was speechless. He felt that Feng Yi's current appearance had nothing to do with this biological father. It was all because of her desire to survive. Feng Zhen suddenly thought of something and asked Su Ke how old his son and daughter were. Su Ke was a smart person and immediately understood Feng Zhen's evil intentions. He smiled and closed any door that could be coveted, not even leaving a dog hole. Feng Zhen had a new hobby. When he caught someone he was familiar with, he would ask about their children in a roundabout way. In the end, Feng Zhen the good-looking dog had his eyes on the Fu Wang twins. If it was a girl, then he would kidnap the Fu Wang twins. If it was a boy, then he would kidnap the Fu Wang twins. If it was a boy and a girl, then he would kidnap both of them. It would be a good story. The difference of a few years was not a big deal. If Fu Wang knew what he was thinking, he would probably curse. Why was Feng Longzi so fixated on his own family? Just after the first month, a fleet of cars entered the city. Jiang Pingji was flamboyant, but she wasn't one who liked to do big things. She just came back to do something. There was no need for the people to line the streets to welcome her. It would seriously affect traffic and the daily lives of the people. Therefore, when she appeared with Wei Ci and the others, everyone was dumbfounded. For example, Feng Zhen, who left early and got off work, was laughing and talking with Wan Xiu'er about what patterns to choose for the baby's clothes. Ahem. Who are you talking about? Feng Zhen's face turned pale. The person repeated, "My lord has summoned me urgently." My lord. Wasn't he in Nanqing? Feng Zhen hurriedly got up. In his haste, he almost stepped on the hem of his clothes. Quick, go there immediately. Why did he come back at this time? He just left early to slack off. Wan Xiu'er looked at Feng Zhen, who ran away like a puff of smoke. She sighed in her heart. The maid who was knitting with Wan Xiu'er said, "Why did master leave in such a hurry?" Wan Xiu'er glared at her. Chapter 1762. Jiang. Ji's surprise inspection came too suddenly and caught everyone off guard. Almost everyone asked 3 questions from the bottom of their hearts. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Without a doubt, people like Feng Zhen, who came late and left early, complained incessantly. They wished they could step on 2 Nez's firestorm wheels, stick a pair of Lei Zhenzi's wings on their backs, and flip a godly sage's somersault cloud. Ji took the lead in front of him and destroyed the evidence of him coming late and leaving early. Unfortunately, they didn't have the ability to do so. His lord was a doer, so it was a tragedy. When Feng Zhen arrived and met his lord's half-smiling eyes, Feng Longzi had a strange feeling that he had nowhere to hide. He forced himself to smile awkwardly but politely, and shamelessly gave Jiang Qingho a smile. Ji bowed and sat down stiffly. Feng Zhen looked calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. He kept praying that his lord didn't notice him. Just as he was sweating anxiously, Suku's question temporarily solved the problem, making him feel like he had escaped from death. Why didn't anyone tell us in advance that our lord is coming back? Butler Su Kuk showed a disapproving expression. His lord was so old but still so capricious. Although the situation in Dongqing was much more peaceful than other places, it wasn't safe everywhere. There were always some unruly people in some places who were uncivilized and harmed the people. If these bandits bumped into their lord and disturbed her, it would be their fault as her subjects. Not only that, the road conditions were tough. No one knew which would come first, an accident or tomorrow. If his lord had an accident because of her lack of care, Su Ku and the others couldn't absolve themselves of the blame. Jiang Ji said, just 1 trip back and the people already lined the streets to welcome us. Although it was grand, it was too disturbing. If it wasn't adjusted well, they would be crowded and worried about accidents. After thinking about it, I brought people back to the city quietly. That's why I didn't inform you in advance. Even in her era, once there was a large outdoor event, there was a chance of accidents, such as being trampled, not to mention the people of this era. Jiang Ji Yunshu was not someone who would torture ordinary people for the sake of vanity. It was not easy for ordinary people to regain their passion for life after experiencing the chaos of war. Ji did not want to cause a commotion just for the sake of extravagance and disturb the normal lives of the people. Her reasoning was reasonable, and Su Ku and the others couldn't say anything bad about it. After all, their lord's starting point was for the good of the people. Not only could he not brag, but he also had to shut his eyes and brag as hard as he could. Since ancient times, how many people had been as considerate and meticulous as his lord who loved the people as her own children? If it was someone else's house, they would want to hear the sound of gongs and drums and the sound of firecrackers. It would be best if everyone in the world came to worship them. Ginger Ji used her ability to gain another wave of fans, and the filter of her fans increased by 10%. I came back this time to take care of some matters. Ginger. When Ji said this, Feng Zhen, who was below, froze in fear. His back straightened. Su Ku asked, what is it that the Lord has to personally come back? Nowadays, there were no 4-wheeled sports cars, planes, yachts, or other forms of transportation. It would take more than a month to travel from Nanxing to Dongqing. Based on his lord's journey, she spent most of the New Year's Eve on the road. If it wasn't something important, why would she suffer like this? Ginger. Ji said, it's mainly about the graduation assessment for the first-year students of the Golden Scale Academy. These people have been nurtured by the Academy for many years and have been taught with great effort. Not only do the great scholars of the Academy have high hopes for them, but so do I. Su Ku couldn't help but be moved. How could those students bear the burden of his lord's heavy efforts? For them, she had specially rushed back from the front line, where the war situation had just stabilized, and suffered for more than a month on the road. If any of these students failed the assessment, they should really die as an apology and waste so many years of education. Ginger. Ji Ye's words moved everyone, but a few insiders and the 5 million salted fish in the livestream wanted to roll their eyes. Didn't she know what she was thinking in her heart? She did come back for the graduation assessment, but her main purpose was to use this opportunity to establish the imperial examination system and give the aristocrats a general. Although they lampooned, other than Wei Xia and salted fish, no one knew how powerful the imperial examinations were. It was like a heavy punch, completely breaking the monopoly of the aristocrats and the bloodline inheritance that everyone was used to. It was groundbreaking. Because of the imperial examinations, the lofty aspirations of becoming a farmer in the morning and going to the emperor's hall in the evening could be realized. He had misjudged the hidden meaning behind this graduation assessment and was destined to be defeated by Jiang Xiang. Ji Yi was caught unprepared. After all, it's the first time. There can't be any mistakes in all aspects. Have you prepared any rules? Remote communication was not as convenient as face-to-face communication. Ji Ye's instructions to them were very concise, and many parts were not explained in detail. Now that they were back, they could communicate however they wanted. Su Ku and the rest had prepared everything before the new year, and now they could use it to complete their task. Ginger. Ji Yi flipped through it casually and said, "There's nothing wrong with this set of rules, you can use it directly." The person in charge secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But Ginger. Ji Yi added, and everyone's hearts that had just calmed down suddenly jumped up. She said, "There's no harm in using more formality to make the students acknowledge the Golden Scale Academy more, and to make the students who will be taking the graduation assessment more seriously." Everyone did not understand. Ginger. Ji Yi said, "Rank the graduation assessment results, and the top 50 students will be rewarded." Reward? The chief butler who was in charge of finance frowned and asked, "How will they be rewarded?" Be it the public treasury or the Lord's private treasury, they were not rich at the moment, and it was impossible to reward them generously. Moreover, the academy had more than this batch of students, they couldn't possibly reward them generously every year, right? There were 200 to 300 students in the main academy, but there were still more than 20 branches. How should they deal with this? Su Kuk hoped that his lord would be more clear-headed and stop squandering. She could not afford it anymore. Ginger. Ji Yi said in a low voice, "After enrolling, every student will receive a student token as proof of entering and leaving the Golden Scale Academy. The student's basic information will be recorded on it. Let's do it this way. The top students who graduate this time will receive a custom-made graduation token. The first 3 will be forged with silver, the 4th to the 50th will be forged with bronze, and the 50th and above will be forged with wood." The so-called graduation token was the graduation certificate, the proof that the students had completed their studies in the Golden Scale Academy. Although this thing was useless and worthless, it was an honor. In this era where honor and spirit were important, a small token could increase the sense of belonging a lot. After Su Kuk heard this, he calculated the cost and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The cost was not high, the most expensive was 3 silver tokens, and the size of the token could be discussed. However, Su Kuk was probably happy too early. Ginger. Ji Yi took the opportunity to mention the concept of graduation uniforms. Well, to be honest, the cost of this uniform was much more expensive than any brand. Chapter 1763. Although he said so, as a good subordinate of his master, Su Kuk naturally had to do it for her. He casually agreed, but his heart was bleeding with heartache. After finishing this matter, Jiang Yushu said, Ji Yunshu then asked about the situation in Dongqing over the past 2 years. Even though Su Ku and the others would send him news every month, it was still not as detailed as knowing it himself. She was able to fight at the front line with peace of mind, largely thanks to this group of meritorious soldiers stationed in the rear. Ji couldn't do anything at the front line. In terms of opportunities to make contributions, the front lines naturally had the most opportunities. Otherwise, why would those generals want to go to war? However, Su Ku, Feng Jin, and the others were able to calm down and defend the rear so that she did not have to worry about anything. It was really commendable. Ginger. As a mature master, Ji would naturally not neglect this group of people. Raising officials was like raising a house cat. From time to time, one had to pacify them. Even if they were not given much to eat, they would still diligently contribute. Not getting a response for one's efforts was the most disappointing. In the words of a certain salted fish who had resigned due to being wronged in the workplace, he could grit his teeth and bear with the grievances of his body, but not his heart. Ginger. Ji kept on praising her. Su Ku and the others didn't show it on the surface, but they were extremely pleased. Feng Jin said in a reserved manner, "It's my duty to take care of the rear for my lord. I don't deserve such praise. Modesty is a virtue, also known as showing off." Ginger. When Ji returned, it was rather late. The sky darkened rather early in this season. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, she suggested for everyone to return first. If there was anything else, they could discuss it the next day. More than 20 people bowed and were about to leave. Ji suddenly called out to a certain someone. "Sure, stay here." Feng Zhen's back stiffened, and he thought to himself, "The heavens want me dead." Feng Jin, who had heard the commotion, glanced at Feng Zhen, then looked at Wei Ci. His expression did not show, but there was some doubt in his eyes. How rare. In the past, it was always Zi Xiao who stayed behind. But now, it's Zi Shi. Su Ku was a serious person, but when he said that, it was obvious that he was snickering, which sounded indecent. Feng Jin said, "Who asked Feng Zhen to fish in troubled waters? Is it reasonable to be late and leave early?" He was lucky not to be discovered, but he deserved to be caught by the Lord. Feng Jin really didn't want to admit that this guy was his future-in-law. Fortunately, his future son-in-law didn't have Feng Zhen's bad habits. Su Ku stifled a laugh and said, "My luck is terrible." Feng Jin said, "I personally think that this fellow has been blinded by happiness recently. Let Lord teach him a lesson so that he can sober up. What's wrong with being a father at this age? It's not like he's in his 70s or 80s. Why would he be happy to have a son? Look at how he's floating in the sky." Su Ku said gloatingly, "I'm just afraid that my lord's methods have scared him and he's in trouble." Who's going to do all those things then? Sure enough, the friendship between colleagues was all fake. It was all plastic friendship. Feng Zhen, who had been asked to stay, understood for the first time what it meant to be isolated and helpless. Ginger. Ji Yunshu was just trying to scare him. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she finally spoke. Of course, he wasn't going to ask Feng Zhen why he had left so early. No matter how reckless Feng Longzi was, he still needed his dignity. Ji Yunshu would not embarrass his own people over such a small matter. "I heard that your wife is pregnant." Feng Zhen was stunned. He didn't know how his lord knew. She had only been in the city for a short while, but she actually knew about such a small matter. It could be seen that she was very attentive. Thus, Feng Zhen's nervousness disappeared and was replaced by warmth. "Yes, but the doctor said it's still early, and there were signs of miscarriage before, so we have to be more careful in the first few months." Ginger. Ji Yi congratulated Feng Zhen. With the exception of a few, most of the officials were the sons and daughters of the first wife. Even Su Ku, who had been separated from his wife for many years, was working hard to catch up. Now, he had a son and 2 daughters. Only Feng Zhen was pitifully small, with only one son, Feng Yi. Although this son was quite good at fighting, and the other children were no match for him, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and his ability to resist risks was also weak. If anything happened to Feng Yi, Feng Zhen would become a middle-aged man who had lost his only child. Do you have a name? Feng Zhen's nerves were taut. When he thought of his family's indescribable ability to come up with names, his heart trembled. I still don't know if it's a boy or a girl. How should it be named? Ginger. Ji assertively said, the boy will be named Feng Yu. You can name the girl whatever you want. Feng Zhen looked at Jiang. Ji looked as if she had seen a ghost. The child in his wife's womb was his. Why did his lord's attitude make it seem like it was hers? What kind of position did that place him, her biological father, in? Feng Zhen wanted to resist in his heart, but his body was unusually honest. You. This is a pretty good name. This subject thanks Lord on behalf of Lin, for bestowing this name upon him. Feng Zhen, QAQ. Ing. If he didn't let his father experience the joy of naming, he would have the illusion that his son was born for nothing. However, speaking of which, why does this Feng Yu sound so familiar? Feng Zhen also had a superb memory. After he returned home, he tossed and turned restlessly. Finally, in the middle of the night, he woke up in shock. Don't let your Feng Yu harm my yen, Back then, Li Kuan Yu at the wedding banquet with Sheng Wanwan, Wei Si's drunken words could be heard clearly. Scared the hell out of me. Feng Zhen's movements were so loud that it startled Wan Xiu, What do you mean by scaring someone to death? Did you have a nightmare? Her voice was filled with fatigue. Feng Zhen said, Madam, go to sleep first. Your husband just suddenly remembered that Wei Zixiao is a quack. Wan Xiu's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. His beautiful wife was sleeping next to him, but this guy was dreaming of his colleague Wei Ci in the middle of the night. Thinking of Wei Ci's face, Wan Xiu sighed. All right. To Feng Zhen, Wei Ci's face was indeed quite lethal. Sleep. Feng Zhen murmured, that can't be. Did he know something back then? After a while, Feng Longzi's attention was focused on one point. Who is Yen, Wan Xiu, opened her eyes and looked at her husband quietly. I also want to know who Yen, is. Can't a pregnant woman sleep in the middle of the night? Feng Zhen wanted to say something but stopped himself. Sullenly, he lay down and covered her with the blanket. He reached out and tucked her in so that the cold air wouldn't flow in. Epsilon equals, omega asterisk epsilon, psi. What if it really was a son? Feng Zhen thought about it and reached out to rub Wan Xiu's belly. He murmured, Feng Yu is Feng Yu. It's not bad if it's a son. Carrot, if that quack Wei Ci's words were accurate, this child of his could marry the Empress concubine in the future. If that was really the case, he would be rich. Little did he know that Jiang Ji was thinking the same thing. Even Feng Yu from Zisher's family is here. Zixiao has to work hard to catch up. His lord's body temperature was so hot that it seemed like it could scald a person. In the darkness, Wei Ci panted lightly. He felt rather helpless. Before saying this, could you not take out that little thing? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.